Let's say hello a little bit early, shall we? Good evening, good evening. It's Friday. That means the weekend is right around the corner. I feel like it might be time for a little bit of FM. How is everyone this fine Friday? How has your week been? What are you looking forward to the weekend? How do you feel about the international squad announcements that I assume are happening in every country at the moment? Certainly for those based in England, I'd love to know your thoughts on Thomas Tuchel's first squad. And similarly, for those further abroad, I'd love to know if, I don't even know if your teams have been, your call-ups have been announced yet, but if they have, what are your immediate reactions? Now, let's say hello. We've got some beautiful people in already. We've got the glorious Captain Zeep, a man with a beard so fine it makes me weep as I go to sleep every night, because I know I can never achieve that level of hirsuteness. We have the glorious Blue Lions in as well, celebrating a Chelsea win yesterday. Levi's here as well. Maybe celebrating wouldn't be the right way to put it, but reasonably happy at not a PSV defeat this week. A fantastic result. I mean, even if the tie was kind of over, I mean, really good start and played some really good football in that game. It's lovely to see. Now, we have a couple of people over on YouTube as well. I don't know if they're back or not, but Nightcrawler was in a little bit earlier, as was Knight of Knee. Lovely to see you guys. We've got Jim Papas in as well. Welcome in, Milanek. Lovely to see you. We have FMG&G here. Welcome in, my dude. Had a good week. Or at least you're doing great, which is fantastic to hear. Viva's here. He's kind of reasonably okay. One team's reached the Europa League quarterfinals. The other out of the Champions League. The Lord he giveth, the Lord he taketh away. Lovely to see you. I hope you're well. We've got El Norby. We've got Coratiba as well. Welcome in, my guys. Lovely to see you. Oh, perfect. Nightcrawler is in. You've been in twice before the stream starts. Incredible stuff. Right, Goretzka is back in national team contention. Look, I don't see enough of Goretzka to make a true judgment, but when I do see him, and that's normally like Champions League games on kind of like the biggest stage, I've always felt a little underwhelmed. I mean, is that a fair assessment, or does he very much deserve to be back in the national team setup? By the way, welcome in, Tarek. Lovely to see you, my dude, and to Armenio. So we're doing all right. Thank you, by the way, as well, KLJR Mark. KLJR MRK. I'm going to pronounce that as Krujmurk. I hope you don't mind. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. So Coratiba says Neymar is back in the team for some reason. He's already slightly injured. I mean, it's from what I've seen, again, very limited. Neymar seems to at least be enjoying his football once more. So maybe if you can get the good side of Neymar, it might be okay. Armenio asks, will there be another team apart from Darmstadt? It's a very fair question. And what we'll do is we'll head on into the save in a few moments. We'll go over things. We'll talk a little bit about kind of the last stream. And then part 2 of the last stream, and how we're probably going to move forwards with this save in particular. But we'll get to that in a moment. So Bent Dardé has been selected for the first time for Hungary. Fantastic. Does that mean how many of the Dardés are in the squad? Because I'm sure, because there is the 3 Dardés, isn't it? Powell's been in there for a while. Can't remember the third Dardé. Cameron's here. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. As is Barley. Are we getting sacked? We might do. Who knows? We'll find out. Bill's in as well. Lovely to see you, Bill Houdini. How are you, my man? So Nightcrawler said he's forced to play a little more reserved than he would naturally play. That's fair. Zeep says it's March. It's his sister's birthday. Of course he's injured. Of course. I mean, that's over now, isn't it? I seem to feel like it's like around the 10th or 11th of March or somewhere around there, or maybe even like today. I think that given the consistency of Neymar's absence, we should all probably know when his sister's birthday is. So let's head on over to the game, and we'll talk a little bit about where we are currently and what's going to move on from here. So Levi does say in the meantime, we have Memphis Depay back in the squad. Perhaps he will finally become our all-time top scorer if he keeps playing well in Brazil. That seems crazy. How many goals does Depay have? I mean, when you think of all the great Dutch footballers, it kind of almost feels a little bit. Memphis is a good player, no doubt about it, but not the kind of player that you would consider amongst the greatest in Netherlands history. So here we are. We are currently sitting in 11th. We've had a couple of wins. We've had a couple of defeats. And we're kind of, there is a reasonable gap forming between us and where we'd like to be if we were to repeat last season's achievements of finishing in the European places. Now, realistically, we didn't think we were going to do that. We expected, I did say at the beginning of the season, I expect a little bit of a drop off, but we're still got to be aiming for that top half, sort of around that 8th, 9th position. There's already a 4-point gap forming. So we are struggling a little bit. And this is how things have been going recently. So we started the season off with just one league win. In fact, our first league win was against RB Leipzig. We started off with 5 games without a win. And then we had another little run as well. And then I had a meltdown, which is all good and well. And we were talking about this on Wednesday evening after I came back to stream, after we ended it a little bit early. And I think that when a manager starts to, show those cracks, when Kevin Keegan claims that he would love it if he beat Man United, when Rafa Benitez decided to tell people that white liquid in a bottle is milk, there's got to be others. When Nigel Pearson was calling journalists ostriches, that was the start of the end. That is definitely the road down. So I think what we're going to be looking at from this point onwards is if teams start to offer us interviews, we will start taking them. Then in the summer, if we haven't got a new job by that point, we will probably step down from Darmstadt at the end of the season and look for the next step in this chapter after 4 years with Mariehamn, 4 years with Darmstadt. Seems like a reasonable one. We've hit that tension point. And it's beautiful. It's just a nice way. We've got that narrative effect. We can't ignore that. So Nightcrawler was saying Goretzka had his breakthrough in the Zweite Bundesliga as a 17-year-old in the midfielder of 4-4-2. That's fair. I mean, I certainly see what I see of Goretzka is that he's a player that likes to get forward. He likes to be quite dynamic, affects play like what we would call a box-to-box midfielder, but every time he seems to get into advanced positions for Bayern, in big games at least, he misses. He gets that he does everything that looks so good, and he looks really, really dynamic and then misses big chances, which, he's a midfielder. He's not going to be the most prolific goal scorer. But obviously those are key moments. Very, very key moments. Zakor Tiba says you'd like to see Paxal play for Brazil. Maybe he'll perform well versus Bolivia or something, but not right now with Colombia and Argentina. That seems fair enough. A Nightcrawler says Ruud Gullit alone was 8 better players than Memphis. He might be a better player than him now. Just. So Memphis is on 46. Van Persie is the top Dutch scorer with 50. There we go. So Cameron, are you Kevin Keegan without the hair then? Exactly. So we're about to head, it's the 1st of December now. We've got a game coming up against Stuttgart, which we'll head into in a moment. But we want to kind of, even if we're thinking that we're going to be eventually moving on from Darmstadt, we want to be planning for the transfer window. We're still very much committed to Darmstadt, and we need to do that. However, I do apologise, I missed Coritiba that you redeemed the minigame. So we'll do that. Then we'll have a kind of a brief look over the squad, the areas that we think that we might look to improve, or more specifically, the players we might look to move on. And then we'll head into the game against Stuttgart. So let's head on over and do a little round of Guess the Player. And I'll explain the rules in a moment. We'll catch up though a little bit. So Alnobi says it's just 2 at the moment. Pal is missing. So it's Martin and Bentz are selected. They could have played for Germany. That's awesome. Blue Lions, it's official. Mustermann to Ilves. Never will I go to. Never will I go to the dirty Lynxes. So also when Van Gaal starts handing out fact sheets to journalists in press conferences. Exactly that. Cameron says, Darmstadt won't know what they had until he's gone. Well, hopefully that will be the platform for them to move on. They'll take this amazing squad I've assembled that can't score or defend, and take it even further. So yes, for those that haven't been here before, let's explain how Guess the Player works. It's a really, really simple concept. You need to guess the player. You're going to see 4 pictures from a player's profile in FM24. You're going to see the positions that they play, their attributes and traits, their scout report or coach report, and the club history. You'll see them one after another, and your job is to guess as soon as you can. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. The more points you get, the higher up this lovely leaderboard you get. There's a weekly one. There's one for all time as well. And it's going to be important to get as many of these mini games out the way as early as possible in today's stream, because Quadmo's not going to be around for a while. We want to catch him up. The one thing to be aware of, this is the base game of FM24 at the start of the game. So if it was going to be a player like Joshua Zirkzee, for example, they would still be at Bologna, not at Man United. Right, with that blurb all done, let's head on over and see the very first clue. Now, Demir over on YouTube and Sil have both gone for guesses based on that little picture at the front. That's just a holding picture, I'm afraid. So it won't be Fellaini, it won't be Adeyemi. It won't be, well, it will be Valderrama again. I mean, that is Valderrama's silhouette. Specifically a player that definitely isn't in FM24. So we have a left-footed attacking midfielder. Maybe an advanced playmaker as well, rated the same, but they're not a trequartista. They're not an Ongon. So even if they are an advanced playmaker, it looks like they're not necessarily the most creative player, potentially. So the guesses are coming in. We've got Esteban, we've got Kochu, we've got Paz, some fabulous guesses. Bruno Fernandes, I like that guess. It's not Bruno Fernandes, I'm afraid to say. Dutch FM is in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? As is Synergy. Welcome in as well. So Nightcaller says Memphis is becoming the top Dutch goal scorer because Van Basten had to end his career at the ripe age, old age of 17. Indeed. I mean, yeah, Van Basten's early retirement, a significant impact for sure. Okay, so we've got some more guesses coming in. Sherbs, welcome in, my man. We've gone for Mo Kudus. Dan Lucas, welcome in as well, has gone for Foden. Cameron's gone for Isco. El Norby's gone for Jordan Henderson. Topical. Zeep's gone for Letalic. There's a throwback. And Cortiba's gone for Al Canus. They're all fine guesses, but they're not right, I'm afraid. Let's head on over. Let's take a quick little peek at his attributes and see what kind of player we've got here. We've got an attacking midfielder who's not particularly good at passing, not but good at finishing, not good at dribbling. He's an excellent first touch, great technique, really, really determined, great composure, good work rate and teamwork, slow. 14 acceleration, 9 pace. Bit of a weird one, this one. Bit of a weird one. So Demir says Szymanski, easy. Nightcrawler goes for Bellingham. Blue Lions goes for Conor Gallagher. And Captain Zeep has gone for Florence Cinema Pongol, or however it's spelled. That's another sensational. I'm getting the French theme coming through, indeed. Jean-Rickner Bellegarde and so forth. More guesses coming in. We've got Muller, we've got Tadic, we've got David Silva, we've got Tadic again, we've got Gonçalves, and we've got Ward-Prowse. And I can tell you that there is a correct answer in there. And if we move across to the next one where it says leading Sport Toto Super League player, that kind of brings it down to Turkey. So is it Szymanski, as Demir has said, and Blue Moon's come through, or is it Tadic, which Cameron, FM, and Coritiba came through to? Well, they are a Fenerbahce player, which doesn't help that answer at all. Doesn't help that answer whatsoever. But it is indeed Demir, fabulous work there. Got that straight away. He saw that attribute profile and he went, dear God, that is clearly Sebastian Szymanski. And, you know, I do have to apologise. This one was added in specifically for you, Cameron. Well, and Ian Bassist as well. A nod to yesterday. So see, yes, stuck on Lama's game earlier on the French players. I was going to try and recall some of those French players as well. And I literally went for a blank. The only French player I could think of was Jean-Rickner Bellegarde, and he wasn't even mentioned earlier. So Demir managed him. Well, there we go. That makes sense. A fabulous 3 points your way. And you can see the applause coming through from Cameron, from Johnny Trotter, twice from El Norby, and from Blue Lions. Absolutely incredible work, sir. Fantastic. Right. Let's head back in. So Cameron says, I know Szymanski plays them positions, but I thought he was capable of playing wing back as well, like he ended last night. There's a slew of like Polish attacking midfielders who also play as wing backs, isn't there? There seems to be quite a who's the one who's playing in Italy? Well, no, Zalewski is kind of like just a normal winger. I'm sure there's like a couple out in Italy that do that as well. So Demir, that's your debut on that list. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Right, so I'm not going to go through every single player right now, but there are some things that, looking at the squad, that have stood out to me as to maybe it's not necessarily that they're bad or that we need to get rid of them, but maybe they are candidates to be moved on. The first things that come out and stand out to me is that Benedikt Wimmer and Raphael Scheffel both have header win rates below 60%. Scheffel rescues that by having a much better tackle win rate. 77% plays against 71%. So I am thinking that Benedikt Wimmer might find himself transfer listed. Somewhere around 3 million would potentially represent a loss. We signed him for 3.3 million last winter. In fact, it was a winter transfer. But with us moving to a 4-4-2, so this is now this is basically the tactic we were using at Mariehamn. And it's essentially very, very similar. We're still playing with 3 centre-backs, but one of them out at full-back. We're still playing with 2 wing-backs, one as a winger, one as an attacking full-back. Really, the big difference between them is that Hlinson would be used as an inverted winger, attacking probably more into this space, rather than as an advanced playmaker who's going to kind of linger around. So in fact, let's just to kind of explain. So when we're in the final third, we should probably be looking at a system that looks kind of a little bit like, we'll move these all up. So in the final third, that's the key bit, will look a little bit like this. So there is that kind of gap there, which Abdullah is likely to drop into, hopefully, or Hove can push up and fill into. The fullback is a little bit more aggressive than when we've had the wide centre backs previously. He's going to probably be a little bit closer to supporting Pazarek. On the left, we don't have support behind, but hopefully with Hlinson as an inverted winger, will also end up finding himself drifting out there. Whilst Dinero is meant to stay within the box. By the way, welcome in, Lumi. Lovely to see you, my dude. Blue Moon, Zalewski indeed, Zalewski. Zeratrul's here as well. Welcome in, sir. How are you? You've missed the games, I'm afraid. Well, you missed the first mini game. So that's kind of the thing that we're going to see. Now, with the halfback, in the initial phases, we're obviously going to see the halfback either drop in to the centre or on the left. Darabayo and Asnu will kind of stay deep until we get into the opposite half. And we do kind of expect Hlinson to kind of be sort of somewhere around this area. So we do have the bodies to deal with an aggressive press, and we do have that support in the second level before we then push forwards. So it should kind of be fine. That's why that's not that much of a difference to what we were doing previously. Because previously we were playing a 4-2-3-1. Let's it doesn't really, working out which players are which really shouldn't matter that much, but they were kind of very, very similar. So we have ball playing defender, wide centre back, wing backs on attack, an advanced playmaker in the middle. So again, we've got those 3 who kind of stay in that role when we're initially building up. We've got extra bodies building up. Generally speaking, again, the wing backs don't really push forwards until we kind of cross the halfway line. But then in the final third, we had slightly better balance, I would say, in terms of the spacing out wide. But then you've got Abdullah, who's going to want to drop into that space, which would push Hlinson back into that side there. And the wide centre back would kind of find themselves more here, occasionally here. So with this change, we should find ourselves with just a little bit more presence further up the pitch, a little bit more space for Hove to push into or Abdullah to drop. That's the theory behind it all anyway. Now, all these players are going to be in the wrong position now. Oh, not too many of them. That should be all right. So with that, although we've got 5 centre-backs, we don't necessarily need 5 centre-backs. So I feel like Wimmer, it's a long explanation to say why I might be quite happy to sell Wimmer. Knees back. Welcome in, my dude. Did water enter my ears during the shower, or did you mention Ilves a bit ago? Our nemesis. But who was it who was suggesting I was going to move to Ilves? That should have been a bannable offence, to be honest. Confess up. Who was it who mentioned Ilves? I can't scan through. You don't expect me to remember things, do you? You can't expect me to remember things. So it's Blue Lions. Blue Lions suggested that we would go to Ilves. Yes, that's not happening. Don't worry. So Catch22, welcome in. Howdy. And which movie, Zerchel? So Zerchel's been busy stuffing my face with candy and watching a B-rated action movie. So I guess it's a fair trade-off. A fair trade-off indeed. Oh, stuffing face with candy. That sounds perfect. Barley missed the minigame too. Shame. Would have gotten it as a Fenner fan. Scored a brace yesterday. Exactly why it was the choice, Barley. You would have had to have been quick though. Like, as soon as we revealed the attributes, Demir was in there. So quick. He was tuned in. Like, incredible work. Incredible. So Tarek asks, why not an inverted wing back on support? Because I don't want him stepping into midfield. I want him behind here. RJ's in. Welcome in, RJ. Lovely to see you, my dude. Lovely to see you. El Norby's got it. It was Blue Lions. Beautiful. Thank you. Hungdamin's here. Lovely to see you. Welcome in. An inverted wingback goes central really early. It does. It really does. It's all good, my dude. All good. I'm not familiar with Spectral. I'm not familiar with Spectral at all. I mean, you did say it was a B movie, to be fair. So let's head into the game. Our first game is up against Stuttgart. We're playing up against a 4-2-3-1, so we will ask Nürnberger to specifically mark Enzo Milo in that particular instance. We'll start on a balanced mentality as well, and let's hope the luck modifier is feeling kind to us today. We've got an away game, I think, against one of the green teams, Hanover, Werder, Wolfsburg, and then a game against Bayern before the winter break. So a couple of tricky fixtures. We should have a couple of relatively, I say easy, in the Conference League. We've got a team whose name I definitely can't pronounce, and St. Gallen coming up as well. So yeah, let's trust what the assistant manager says. Let's tell them that I think they're all awesome. I have faith in them. Let's do this. Right, Jens Halen is in goal. Our goalkeeper, Mohamed Sahinovic, got injured at 1:30 p.m. the day before the game. So during the period I imagine was described as travel in the training schedule, he somehow managed to injure himself, bless him. So how's Isaac Dick doing? He's very much on the fringes, I'm afraid. He's very much on the fringes. And there is a possibility. We should have been going through other players. See, I'm not very good at... I need like post-it notes or something reminding me what I'm meant to be doing. But yeah, maybe as we head into January, we might look at some changes too. We might look to sell some players to free up funds elsewhere. And that might mean that Isaac Dick and one of our other youth players that we signed a couple of transfer windows ago, Kern Herkins, might get an opportunity in the second half of the season. Milo with the corner now. Sends it into the far post. Van Persie's the target. Or was that Simic? Simic's header tipped around the post by Halen. It's a good save. Kwan's in. Welcome in, Kwan. Lovely. How are you, my dude? How are you? Nightcaller says so many green teams in the Bundesliga now you mention it. It is well represented. Very much well represented. Now, Asnu coming forward, sends the cross in. It's claimed by Seaman. Good on Seaman. Really, we probably need to see how Seaman copes if we put Isaac Dick up there on there. So, DM Basis here as well. Welcome in. Just checking in whilst on the train, though, to see my old man. No worries. Well, thank you very much for dropping by. I hope you have a lovely evening. Mr. Echoes here. Lovely to see you. How's your week been, my dude? Right, Night of says, on that topic, you have Seaman between the opposed... Indeed. See, you're all far ahead of me. It's Abdullah. Tries to send it out wide. We've got it through. Here's Asnu. De Niro's the target. Zagadou gets it clear. Ho following up. Ho forces a great save from Seaman. Seaman's everywhere. Seaman is everywhere. Nürnberger's going to take the corners. Out swinging with his left foot at that near post area. Zagadou gets it clear. Linson, though, Find Shafel. Shafel to Adarabayo. It's an easy save, though. Yeah, since you're asking about Isaac, indeed. Greaves is here. Good evening, Greavesy. How are you? Thank God Seaman is pronounced Simon. It's definitely not. It's definitely pronounced Seaman, Nightcrawler. Right, Van Persie does well to turn away from Adarabayo. He's held up, though. Back to Morton. Morton finds Millo. It's a lovely turn, and unfortunately just couldn't put it far enough to the side of Highland. It's a good save. An open game so far. Both sides, 3 shots. 4 shots now. Stuttgart have probably had the better of it, to be fair. But we have had good chances ourselves. And look, Stuttgart are a better team, let's be fair. So Hove.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh my. 1, Dan Lucas, thank you very much for the resubscribe. 2, because a goal was happening whilst that was on, I had to pause it so I could
white
now go.
Badge, blue shirt, white socks, blue shorts, blonde hair, white star, bled blue, lily white. Dog Feelinson saw the Darmstadt goal tonight at the Merck Stadion and Bollenfaltor, where the goals are their delight.
We've got some new songs as well. We have one song as requested by one of you guys. We have 2 songs that definitely weren't requested by you guys, and that's one of them. There's a 2-minute version of that as well somewhere. Right, De Niro takes a shot, and it's behind for a corner. Thank you again, Dan. Thank you very much. That was with Prime as well. I really, really appreciate it, my dude. So who's that Simic in the defense? Is it I can't speak. Giancarlo. It might be. Let's have a look. So if we pop to teams and Stuttgart, it is indeed Giancarlo Simic. Now 25 years old. He's been capped once by Germany. Seems to be doing pretty well. 28 million value. Fabulous. Great eye there, RG. RJ even. So Nightcrawler, it's like English Simon. I mean, yes, yeah, I get it. I'm still going to call him Seaman. I'm still 100% calling him Seaman. But from a momentum perspective, again, pretty even. We've had a spell, they've had a spell, we've had a spell, they've had a spell, we've had a spell. And then after the 45-minute mark, there's been a bit there as well. Can't really judge that until the second half. Yeah, let's pump the fist and tell them they can do better. Let's do the same to these guys here. So there's no changes. Leon Abdalou is a little bit exhausted, so let's try and hurt him. Nice, classy move from us. Absolutely classy. So not only says, although we do enjoy learning, it kind of ruins the pun this time. It does, exactly. You've got to call him Seaman. Right, there's Abdullah. It was a lovely little free kick routine, but straight at the keeper. And now Stuttgart look to build up straight away. Thankfully, that's not a highlight that's forthcoming. Just started with Seaman and it's forthcoming. I should have been quicker on that one. Right, we've reached about the 60-minute mark. They've looked to make some changes. We shall probably respond as well. So Tyler Morton was the man to make way. On comes Eric Martel. Abdullah did have that chance just now. So we will keep him on. Anton Guy to come on for Pazarek. I don't think I've seen Pazarek do anything at all in the game so far. Kwan says, Dix, Seaman, and the only one missing is Simpson Pussy. Oh, we definitely need some Simpson Pussy in. Right, Asnu does great cutting it out, but unfortunately the pass forward is loose. Here comes Stuttgart. Fernandes over. Martel breaking forwards. It's a great challenge from Schmidt. And then some really, really weird defending from Schmidt. Cross comes in. Jewel with a header looping off the bar. Schmidt gets it clear. Big moments. Okay, so we made that one change, and it seems like they're now moving a little bit more in Stuttgart's favour. But here's Abdullah. Abdullah somehow beats his man, tries to feed Linson. It's a block from Simic behind for a corner. A second goal would do us the world of good. So DM Basis asks, what the fuck am I listening to? You are listening to the worst cover of I wouldn't call it the most obscure Ian Jury in the Blockhead song. But it's definitely not the most famous Ian Jury in the Blockhead song, for sure. Right, we're looking very, very tired right now. There was only like 2 or 3, I think there were 3 days between our last game and this one. So a look here, it looks like Hove is slightly more tired than Nürnberger, so we'll bring on Brooks. We will also look to bring on Jelicic, and then we'll save the last stoppage just for a little bit later. But we will, let's start our time wasting now. Dark arts are what we need. Dark arts are absolutely what we need. I mean, it's still been reasonably even. Both teams with just 7 shots. Not the greatest for the neutrals. Nürnberger taking his time over the corner before he swings it into that near post. Schiffel beaten in the air. Brooks gathers back to Nürnberger. He feeds Jelicic. Jelicic goes down. The referee's blown for a penalty. That's questionable. It feels that's like the first penalty last night. It's been awarded. And unfortunately, our penalty taker would have been Clinton. We could have heard that awful song once again. Adama Bayo sends it straight down the middle. Oh, that was cheeky. That was cheeky.
Stand, scoring like no tomorrow. Dumb, stand, the goals are here.
Beautiful. So Adama Bayo, probably the worst penalty I think I've ever seen in this game, but we get away with it. That's now 2-0. Nürnberger with the corner. He's gonna. Oh yeah, of course he's taking his time. Sends it into Schiffel. Schiffel's header gathered by Seaman. This is our last stoppage. 2 changes to come. So that's going to be Ellis, Sims on, and it's either Asnu or Nürnberger off. I feel like we can cover that. I feel like left back's covered better this way round. Famous last words and everything. Say famous last words. So Nightony says we should hire Bonk Innocent to pair with Isaac Dick. We should. We absolutely should. Nightcrawler wants an Asnu jingle for those assists. Yeah, we can certainly look at something. I mean, yesterday was the first time I've had a chance to do any for a long while. But as DM Basis also points out, that we don't have Darmstadt believing yet. We don't have Darmstadt believing, I'm afraid. But we have one. We have one, and we do have a little bit of Europop.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
Awesome. Right, so we've got 6 days. In fact, we've got 6 days until the next game. So let's recall you all to train. Let's give you a couple of days. You know, we're getting towards that winter break. Players have been playing for a few months. They're a little bit tired. So let's just give them a little bit longer. So the basis, you're familiar with the select few Blockhead songs. Sweet Gene Vincent is definitely one of the less blockheady songs, I would describe it as. Thank you very much, guys, for the hydrate. We're going a little bit crazy. It's waterboarding time. I hope that suffices. Cool. So yeah, that's a reasonable position. That brings us up to, well, we stay in 10th. We were, who knows what position we were in. We're now level on goal difference, which is cool. Everyone else is still yet to play, or we've played one more game. Why have we played one more game? Who knows? But Hamburg, they're not. I thought it was a green team coming up, and it's bloody well Hamburg. Right, let's get these guys that need a little bit more match fitness. So even if they came on as a substitute, we're going to use them in that situation. Wimmer's fine. Gay. 60. Yeah, 60 for Gay. 60. Full game for Dick. Full game for Stembring. 60 for Sims. Full game for Stefanov. And we might as well give Mousand full game as well. He's not going to get first team football anytime soon. So I was going to talk about the rest of the players as well. We've passed by that. I do apologise. So Lumi says, you think you guys can beat PSG? Who are you asking for? Who have PSG? Oh, Villa. Yes, I was thinking PSV for a moment. No, I don't think we can beat them. But it'll be fun trying, right? It will absolutely be fun. So the goals are here. They are indeed. GM Basis, did you miss something? The goals are all that matter. So Catch-22, I got confused, which is not unusual. I thought he was playing a Darmstadt believing facsimile. Sadly, I wasn't. Sadly, I wasn't. Lumi says, relax, boys. Bro's going to explode with all that water. I mean, it's Friday. We've got the weekend. I can explode. It's all good. So RJ says, Bayern first by far. Schalke in relegation zone. Bundesliga. That is very... I mean, there was that single season where Bayern's dominance had been broken. That is ridiculous. With the game not simulating Leverkusen's dominance last year, just an unbroken wall of Bayern doing Bayern things. Ouchie, that form in October. Missed the last couple of streams. You've missed nothing, Javits. You've missed absolutely nothing. Don't watch them back. Definitely don't watch them back. So these were the other areas we've got. At right back, we've got Guy and Pazarek. So they're either going to play as a right back or a right midfielder, depending on which way round we swing the formation. Guy has played half the minutes of Pazarek, but has a fifth of the expected assists in that time. So I'm very much leaning towards... Pazarek came in as a start. He's definitely our starter. Anton Guy, though, might be someone we consider selling. We signed him on a free. He's still got a few years left on his contract, so it might make him hard to sell. But as we can see here, he's 79% tackle win rate isn't great, but he's definitely not contributing particularly well in the attacking sense. We have Hu Yin out on loan at Hansa Rostock. He's not been particularly good. Is what the ideal situation would be to sell Guy, bring Yin Hu back from the loan, and have him slot in. So there is a little bit of a dilemma there in that regards, but it's possible. I also don't know if we're able to recall Steve Albert. Steve Albert is a winger that we've trained to be a wing back. Obviously, he can't play right back at all. He's currently out on loan at Clermont Foot and isn't having a great time of it either. So it's questions about whether we decide to just give him a chance because we're comfortable with Pazarek in that role. Like, for example, if we're playing the current formation we've got here and Pazarek isn't available, then maybe we just have a regular winger in that position. We can do so, right? So that gives us an opportunity to have both Linson and Jelicic on the pitch at the same time. Perhaps give us a little bit more attacking output if we really, really need it. So there's thoughts to potentially transfer listing Guy. Yannick Mousehand, we're definitely going to transfer list. He's obviously been unhappy about not being registered for the Champions League, kicked up a big fuss. He's been fine, but not great for us since we bought him in. Signed for 180k, currently worth, somewhere around the 1 million mark. And again, it's all just going to be small bits of money that can potentially help us a little bit. So Zertros, you missed the epic oops moment of Monday. That was good times, but we're not allowed to talk about it anymore. The oops moment was one hell of a thing. And then you missed the meltdown on Wednesday as well. Andre Brooks and Johan Hove are kind of playing for that second midfielder here. And generally speaking, Hove has done a better job of getting forwards and scoring, so he's played the equivalent of one game less, but has slightly more XG and is scoring his goals. He's got slightly more expected assists as well. They're both level in that regards. The only thing that's saving Brooks is his tackle win rate is far, far better. 80% plays against 65%. Johan Hove is a more attacking player in that regards, and Brooks has that flexibility to play out on the left. But Andre Brooks is also worth somewhere around 16 million euros. And I feel like we could We could sell Brooks potentially. Even if we couldn't get the full 16 million, let's say we could get 13, 14 million for him. We can then give Isaac Dick some more game time potentially. I'm not sure if he's ever going to make the grade, I'll be honest. He's unambitious and hasn't really stepped up in the opportunities he's had. He scored one awesome goal. Or we have Kern Hirkens. Kern Hirkens currently playing for the reserves. Generally a kind of okay player, not particularly good at tackling, but that's not what I need. But is quite good when it comes to like passing, moving the ball forwards, a deep line playmaker. I think maybe it's about time that we start getting him incorporated into the first team. So you'd almost forgotten that meta rage quick clip. It never happened, that's why. On a daily basis, your signal keeps dropping, so I'll bid you all adieu. Thank you very much for dropping by, my dude. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. El Norby, not being registered for the Champions League. I knew it, so you do like the Champions League anthem. That's a fair point. It's not that I like the Champions League anthem, it's that I forgot the name of the competition. That we are, we're definitely not Champions League. We are in Conference League. By the way, Kuzan, thank you very much for the follow. Lovely, really appreciate it. And Tivy as well. If you guys are comfortable in chat, love to know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. Zero obligation to do so. But if you want to just lurk, that's awesome. So yeah, like maybe we look to move on Brooks, give some of these other guys a bit more opportunity, or at least make a decent amount of money that we can reinvest into that position, because his value is definitely higher than his output. Skitter, we have transfer listed. We know that we're looking to move him on. There isn't currently interest in him, so we might be bringing that asking fee down from the 15.5 million. But there has, at various points during the season, been interest cropping up and going. So I'm hopeful that once the transfer window opens, we can get some money there. And then finally, Ellis Sims. Ellis Sims has only won 38% header win rate. His header win rate has always been a little bit on the low side for a target forward. And I think that we could potentially move him on and try to bring in another big man. And then the way we would approach our strike force is that Abdullahi could be a poacher. I had these guys the wrong way around in that last game. Oh, we got lucky there. Abdullahi can be a poacher or a deep lying forward. We bring in someone else to play that deep lying forward role. So we don't have to rely on Justin Nero in that poacher role. And then Stembring, we can probably look to loan out. Is he even loan listed at the moment? He's not. So that's what I'm thinking. And maybe we could raise probably like another 20-25 million from that and sign some good players. So we will go through the scouting options once the window opens. We have added some recruitment focuses. So we've got a French scout over the summer, so he's going to be scouting Ligue 1. We got a German scout who's got knowledge of Poland, so he's going to head on out over to Poland as well. And then I've asked my remaining scouts to do a top priority for big boys, because I love a big boy. I absolutely love a big boy. Right, so Zenergy, wait, hold on, you renamed Bernch. We did rename Bernch. We renamed Bernch because he's kind of been on the fringes and never quite made the step up. So I was quite happy to not protect him anymore. And I'm rubbish at saying his name. I'm rubbish. I've been trying to pronounce it properly rather than calling him Benjamin Bonch, which is far more satisfying. Breno, welcome in, by the way. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the like. Really appreciate it. And Batista JM, welcome in. How are you? So Abubakar, Fordita. Hi man, why do you like to play with attributeless skins? I like the additional challenge it brings, Fordita. I've been playing Football Manager or Championship Manager for nearly 30 years now. So sometimes having extra things that kind of obscure a little bit of information, make it a little bit less granular, and it kind of frees me up. I'm no longer worrying about the difference between an 11 or a 12. I find it a more enjoyable way to play. Medical Cars in. Good evening. How are you, sire? Lovely to see you. So Mr. Echo has a question for chat or for me. Do I have a chance of naming Wonder Kid for chat coins only when they just appear in intake or anytime? Oh, right. Using the redeem, you can do it anytime. Anytime you like. Obviously, it does depend a little bit on how many new gens we've got. We've still got plenty, but that is something to be mindful of. At the top of this stream, I did mention that we are going to be considering moving on from Darmstadt by the end of this season. So if clubs come and offer us jobs now, we're going to head to those interviews. If we don't get a job before the end of the season, we may well be stepping down. So just something to be mindful of is if you're thinking of redeeming that going forwards, that we might no longer be at this club. So yeah, just something to be aware of. Now, I do apologise, by the way, El Norby. I see that you did a look up for Roland Salai. That got drowned out by all the hydrates, I'm afraid. So let's go and do that for a second. So Zenergy says Benjamin Bonks is far too satisfying to say. It is. Willy Wonka says, is there somewhere I can see my squad level compared to other teams in my league? Absolutely. So depending on what you want. No. Let's look at Roland Salai, and then I'll come back to your question, Willy Wonka. So Salai is now at Olympiacos, 33 years old. He's currently playing, I'm guessing, in an attacking midfield capacity, whether that's out wide or behind the striker. It's not on full detail, the Greek league. So he's been not particularly creative, scoring just under his XG. 4 goals, 4 assists in 16 games isn't too bad. 85 caps for Hungary, 15 goals. Not too bad either. So let's take a look at his career here. So after the first season with Freiburg, he gets an 11 million euro move to Stuttgart, where he's a regular starter for the first season. A really good second season, 8 goals, 5 assists. That's really nice. A bit of a drop off the third. The fourth season, 8 and 8 is great. 8 and 8 is fantastic. And then he became a bit part player, so he got replaced in the starting lineup in the 28-29 season, and then barely used whatsoever last season before leaving on a free transfer for Olympiacos. There we go. So, yeah, Willy Wonka. Now, you can compare in some regards by going to the squad planner to report and comparison, and you get these lovely little comparison bar charts, so you can see where your team is roughly compared to the division. So we are a slightly younger team. We're a slightly taller team. We're lighter. We have less caps. We have one of the lowest wage bills in the league. We've got relatively low transfer value. And we're doing okay in terms of injuries at this very moment. And you can go through, and this will tell you about attributes as well. And now the way that I play with the attributeless skin is I have removed any information about what those attributes are. So you don't get the values here, but on any other regular skin, you would then see what those values are, what the average value is for the best team, what the average value is for the worst team, what the average value is for your team. So yeah, that's one way you can do it. You can also get a lot of information from the data hub. So you get something like this with the general performance. And let's actually make that go full screen, shall we? Polygon. You know, this is measuring against the Bundesliga average. So that like little white one here, just underneath, that is the average for the league. And this is us here. By comparison, we take slightly fewer shots. We concede more goals than the average team, despite having a better XG against. And our tackle win rate is just below the average. So there are ways that you can compare accordingly. Right, sorry, let me catch up there. So Cameron lurking for now as I go make some pizza. What a fabulous choice. I had a nice frozen pizza last night and it made me very happy. I think tonight, so I did some food prep before the veg prep before the stream so that I can then cook it once I finish later on this evening. Going for a sausage cassoulet, or a lazy version of a sausage cassoulet anyway. Nightcrawler, I suck dick is a very nice to say. It rolls off the tongue, doesn't it just? Jim Papa says the skin approach is the best. Release. As I've told you, Jim, until I can feel comfortable that it's not going to cause significant issues. If I'd released this and it caused people's games to crash when they haven't saved for a long time, that's on me. So I'm not going to release until I'm happy. So RJ says, is it really an extra difficulty or just another more realistic way to play the game? I don't feel like it's harder, to be honest. I would argue that in many respects it's easier because you stop worrying about the minor differences between attributes. I think that's why I was trying to be delicate with the way I put it in saying it's a different challenge rather than saying it makes it harder. I think that there is an element of it being more realistic. I think there is an element of it, you kind of have to relearn aspects of how you play. Because if you're so tethered to attributes, not seeing them in that same way that you're used to, having that great deal of vagueness, having to pay attention to performance, it presents a challenge in itself. Youth intake suggests that we might have a striker coming through. And nothing else. Testagen is a Continental C license. Stepanenko, Continental A license. Marvellous stuff. Mr. Okay, I'll save it. Thanks for letting me know. No worries at all. El Norby, thank you. That's all good. And a thank you from Willy Wonka. Beautiful stuff. Yes, let's hydrate. Thank you, El Norby. So welcome in, Chelsea fan. Lovely to see you. Normally, I would ask a question along the lines of, tell us what team do you support? But I'm going to go out on a limb here. And I think you support Fulham. Yeah, joking aside, welcome on in. Lovely to see you. I'd love to know who you are playing with in FM, if you are currently playing. No obligation to chat, though. So El Norby, what was the result against Ferencváros? I think I missed the game. Do you want to know, El Norby? A very, very serious question. You might not want to know. You might. That's the only warning I can give you. You just might not want to know what that result ended up being. Stambling Sims. Why am I playing with you like that? Finished 6-0. It finished, yeah, it was pretty rotten for Ferencváros. 2.56 XG. We were definitely the better team, but yeah, we were very much flattered by that result. Right, we're coming up to the game against Hamburg now, and I'm going to ask Nürnberger to be the one that stays wider out of those two in the ranks. I think we're essentially sticking with the same lineup. Do need to keep an eye on Jelicic, because he wasn't necessarily the greatest in the last game. No, it's not meant to be Jelicic. It's meant to be Pazarek. Pazarek will keep the starting spot, but yeah, that is something for us to keep an eye on, generally speaking. So Nightcrawler says, can Coke is just as much hydrating as can tuna is. Oh, I mean, there was a clear hierarchy, right, to Coca-Cola and Pepsi. It goes glass bottle, can, plastic bottle, pub, soda gun, and I will take no notes on such. Right, as I try and think aloud, it's always a bad sign when I try to think aloud. So Hamburg currently in 15th. They've lost their last 2 games. They did win away against Augsburg. I think we start on a attacking mentality and then look to possibly just rein it in a little bit. Hope that we can get off to a fast start, maybe get ahead, and then do damage on the counter-attack. Is the thought. What's actually going to happen is we're going to concede inside 3 minutes, and it's going to be horrible. So no, we had one objective and we nailed it. Yes, it worked out all right. So Chelsea fans, just started your save in the J2 League with Shimizu S Pulse. Fabulous. How are you getting on? You say you've just started. Are you like literally just started, or are you kind of a little bit into that first season now? Cameron says, "Oh, I was expecting a complete implosion from the You Don't Want to Know." It was. I was playing a little bit. I was playing around with you a little bit. Jim's asked, "Did I freeze the stream?" The stream seems to be up and running as far as I can tell on my end. I can see it still going. I have my laptop running in the corner of my eye so that I can kind of keep an eye on what's going on, make sure that it is still connected. It's Abdullah's shot. It's a great tip round the corner from Nhaga. So yeah, it seems to be working on my end, Jim. It's working for everyone. Well, I say for everyone on Twitch. It's working for RJ on Twitch, which seems to be cool. Obviously, if it's still frozen for you, you won't hear me telling you that it seems to be working fine. So these words are redundant. I should probably just type it. Bear me one moment. RJ is everyone on Twitch. Absolutely. Right, here comes Hamburg with Siebert. Ball's robbed off him by De Niro. De Niro now running down the flank. Can he find Linson? He can indeed. Linson feeds Nürnberg, and Nürnberg, just wide. Just wide. Right. We've had a couple of chances. That's encouraging. But we need to start scoring. We need to not give the ball away like that. Now, look, Aspience's behind. Yatta's in behind as well. Oh, no. There we go. Eric da Silva Moreira makes it 1-0. It was a horrible defending. We gave the ball away. That was Linson. Cheap loss of possession. And then we just kind of collapsed. Schiffel misjudges it. Jatta in behind. Deflects to da Silva Moreira. Da Silva Moreira kicks it kind of at the goalkeeper who ducks underneath. There we go. That's disappointing. But apparently they've had the better of the game, even if that was that chance was worth... The two chances combined were worth like 0.6 XG, but still, that's no excuse. Let's move down to balance. Let's see if we can get a bit more control in the game and try and run from that there. Cool, here's Siebert. Feeds Aspiensen. Back to Siebert as well. Just making a De Niro run around. That's your job out of possession, De Niro. Sometimes you need to run around. Benesh in acres of space. It's a beautiful ball to Aspiensen, and that's 2-0. That's 2-0. We're back to it. Hung De Min. He's back and we concede. Oh my. Hung De Min. Go. No, it's all good. Dill's in. Welcome in, Dill. How are you doing? So the transfer window hasn't opened yet, but we've identified the players that we're going to look to sell, and kind of where we want to strengthen the squad. So should be okay. That said, after a great 2-0 win against Stuttgart in the opening game of the stream, we're now 2-0 down, which is a little bit less than ideal. And De Niro pulls one back.
I need a goal. De Niro is what I need. Hey. I need a goal. De Niro is what I need.
Hey. And that's what we needed. And Haga's positioning is absolutely atrocious there. Gave De Niro the whole of the left-hand side of the goal to aim at. All right, Hamburg looking to make it 3-1 though from the corner. Aspiensen swinging out. It's met by Mai into the side netting. Right, it's been all Hamburg. The team that have lost their last two games, currently sitting in 15th, are absolutely rocking us. Right, Vanaman with the... Let's have a look here as we push through. So we saw earlier Benesh getting into space quite easily. Got Yatta. So Benesh is coming forwards from the midfield. It's looking almost like a double pivot, even though they're playing a 4-3-3. So I think we need to stop Benesh getting in space. Waltemada is being watched by Schmidt, which does mean he's coming out of position. So we're probably going to take that off. Nürnberg is not paying attention to his man there either. He does get back in time. So here's De Silva Moreira. Sends the cross into the far post. Yatta. Get the ball clear. All the way only to Vanaman. He feeds Jatta once again. Jatta. Almost an own goal. Right at the death there. It's wonderful reactions from Highland to turn it around. Aspiensen sends the cross in. We get to the first header. They get to the second. De Silva Moreira feeds it back to Jensen. And surely the flag's got to go up there. And it does. And that should be the last action. Last action of the half. So let's deal with those elements there. And so Nürnberger, we stop Schmidt from running off all over the place. We're going with double defensive changes. I don't like players on bookings. Pazorek's going to move back. We're going with a triple change. We are going with a triple change. It's going to be Shiitake on for Hove. Jelicic on there. So we don't have any players on yellow cards, which is going to be the first key part. Shiitake is a more defensive-minded player. So we're going to ask him to pay attention to Benish. We're going to ask Nürnberger to pay attention to Asbjørnsen. Going to ask the ball-playing defender to stay wider, create that space for the half-back to drop into. So let's mark these guys up. We do the same with Rahir as well. Going to try and push the full-backs out wide. This is where we press. We press the width. We mark up the central options. Cool. Let's hope that we can do a little bit better in the second half. Right, so M1H1N, welcome in, by the way. I downloaded your skin, going to try this new way. Recommend me a club to try Moneyball, please. As I'm afraid, M1H1N, I will always sit on the fence in these ones. The question I want to ask you is, what kind of clubs do you like managing? Because ultimately, if you don't feel a connection to the club you pick, if I just say, go and manage Parma, you're not going to feel that connection to it. And so you're probably not going to see it through. Right, Ajnu, coming forward, feeds to Nero. Is that a penalty? It is a penalty. It looks like it's a penalty. That looks soft. Very, very similar to the one we got against Stuttgart. And the VAR says it is a penalty. Now, that should be Hlinson, I believe, stepping up to take it then. It is. Hlinson. Saved by Enhager. Bollocks. Bollocks. So Zerachul, are we going to sell all of them? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Quadmo out. I'm behind that on that one. Here comes the money. I'm back and money scored. Welcome back, Hungerman. Old habit dies hard, El Norwich celebrating their goal. It's fine. It's fine. Will Spin win. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in as Benish sends in the cross. My wins the header at the far post over the bar. So we're now last 20 minutes. Abdullahi is the man coming off for Sims. He's both tired and booked. Nürnberger for Brooks. There we go. That's both our changes there. Push on to attacking. Let's get that tempo up as well. Brooks is already motivated. Sims responds well to that. We've got 20 minutes to pull this back. 20 minutes to pull this back. We haven't really created anything though. So here's De Niro. De Niro, can you get the cross in? He refuses to cross it. Instead sends it to Patrick. Brooks onto his favoured left foot. Feeds Asnu. Asnu in the box. It's a good save from Enhager. It's a good save from Enhager. So half-time triple changes. You know the manager is mad. Well, I mean, 2 of them are forced. You know I don't like players on a yellow card. And I wanted that extra defensive solidity to pick up Benish. Yabbits, well, just went back and watched the end of the last stream. How many times did you have to shower off the dirty meta tactic use after the stream? Well, oh my word, hits the bar. Jelicic sends it back in. Schiffel's shot is blocked. And Waltermeier comes away on the counter-attack. It's a great challenge from McNulty. Bugger off, ref. We are out of players that we can sub off now, so we need to turn to ease off tackles. Into the last 10 minutes. Yatta inside to Rahir. Sorry, Rahir. That lovely, lovely Dutch G. It's a ball down the channel. Halen gathers. Halen doesn't pick it up. Halen doesn't. He just boots it clear like that. That was a little scary. Can Sims get there? He can, but his header is in the wrong direction. And here's Vuskovic, and here's Sims. Great save. Another great save. And Hager has made some fantastic saves this game. Pazorek crosses it in. Into Brooks. Well, that's how it's going to be. And Konstantinos is in, welcome in. I'm watching now, time for the turnaround. Sadly, it doesn't seem to be that way. Right, Hlinson finds Brooks. Brooks to Shiitake. Asnu, Schifferl. We've got players over. Now Pazarek. Yeah, okay, the cross is in. Dinero can't quite get there. Shiitake. Questionable free kick there. Oh well. Jelicic now. We've got 1 minute left. We had a moment earlier on in that last move where we had two bodies over on the right, and once the ball made itself out to the right, the winger didn't hold the width and move into the space, but moved inside when he shouldn't have done, which is a little frustrating. But there we go. Bollocks, says El Norby, indeed. So M1H1N, El Norby recommends Gioskior, the best club in Hungary. The best club in Hungary. Hunderman, we all miss Selke in these matches. We do. I mean, okay, Dinero. I don't think he was onside. Yeah. I mean, both Dinero and Abdullahi have scored more goals than at the halfway point than Davor Selke. Oh no, that was tight. It was tight. Very, very tight. Yeah, both Dinero and Abdullahi have scored more goals than Davy Selke did in the entirety of last season. So, it's just one of those things, eh? We're back, guys. We are back. Oh, there we go. So I'm far from pleased with the result. Get these guys rested up. And then we've got, I think it's a home game in the Conference League, which is going to be much needed. Absolutely. Enhaga's performance was sensational. 22-year-old sweeper keeper, valued at 15 million euros. Hamburg have some great young players come through. Yeah, really, really good. Really, really good in that respect. Agility. Oh, like he's a quality keeper and had a fantastic game. 3 caps already for Portugal. Surely they had to have bought him. They bought him for 2.5 million euros. Genius. Fantastic transfer business there. Right, so let's get these guys rested up. And yeah, we'll head into... So the next game is against Suceska Nikšić. They're currently 27th in the Europa Conference League table. Then is the game on Sunday against Bayern. Yeah. Game against Bayern's probably going to be a little bit tougher. So we will look to rotate some of the players for the European game, but not all of them. We want them to be a little bit better than, we want them to kind of like build up their morale and so forth. That should be quite good. So Blue Lions mentions that we've activated a mini game. We have indeed, Blue Lions. Now we've actually got an ad break coming up in about a minute or so we'll play the mini game after that. And then, because otherwise, the ads will step in whilst people are playing. So is this the time of the stream where I whine about not having the 35-year-old target for? You do indeed, Zerachel. That is exactly the time we're at. There we go. Unfortunate, but there we go. So we've got a break coming up now. It's the second break that comes up, so I go and I poison my lungs, I grab myself another drink, etc. I will see you guys in about 3-4 minutes. Right, we're back. And so, firstly, thank you very much for the follow, Darkstar. I see your question, so what save do you recommend starting with? Altfabi's response is absolutely perfect. If it's your first, even if it's not your first FM ever, but your first time with FM24, I'd always recommend going with your favourite club in that situation, because it's a good way to get familiar. You know the players reasonably already, so you get to see the little nuances and differences between the tactics that compared to the previous ones that you've played as well. So always a very, very safe option. By the way, Beer, welcome in as well over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Greetings from Serbia. Who do you support, Beer? Who do you support, my dude? RJ's currently watching some real football. Belgium, 2nd Division. Not as bad as those Champions League stuff. Fair enough. Fair enough. And Johnny's in as well. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. Right, we're going to play a little round of top 10. Very, very simple game. In a few moments, I'm going to unveil a criteria. Just beneath me there, you can see the word criteria in a blank space. That criteria is going to lead to a list of players, and I need you to name the top 10 that match that criteria. So, for example, previously we've had the most international caps for Denmark. The reason I use that example is because within those answers you had a player that shared surnames. You had Peter Schmeichel and Kasper Schmeichel. So when you need to answer, you do need to spell the names correctly. If there are two players with the same surname on there, then you will need to put their full name. So you put their full name in, but if there's only one player with that surname, like for example Christian Eriksen, then you'd only need the surname. It can be all capital letters, it can be all lowercase, it can be a mix. If a player's name has an accent in it, you can include the accent or not, it will still pick it up. So with that all said, let's reveal today's game. In today's game, we are looking for the most games played alongside Christian Vieri. Tricky one today. A tricky one. It's not meant to be like a specifically tricky Friday game, but it is indeed quite a tricky one. Oh, and look at that. Quadmo's turned up just in time for a game. Disgraceful. So we've got some guesses coming out right off the top. Fabulous work. Zerachul in there remarkably quickly with Toldo. Toldo most definitely is in there. Just beating 4N71574R to the punch. Was Simeone there? Simeone wasn't there, I'm afraid. There was a guess for Alvaro Recoba. He's in 5th. Oh my word, you guys are absolutely blazing through. We've got Cordoba revealed. We've got Luigi Di Baggio revealed. Someone's picked up on Javier Zanetti, Fabio Cannavaro, Marco Materazzi, Emre Belözoğlu, and Sergej Conceição. There's just one remaining. There is just one remaining. And let's see. So Altfabi is suggesting that there must be a second Zanetti, and he doesn't know any. And it's Jabbits who comes in with Cristiano Zanetti. It was indeed. It was indeed. Both Zanettis are in there, Javier and Cristiano. This is why I love this game. You guys are remarkably good at this. The speed with which they were all revealed. Sensational. I mean, I was expecting this to be quite tough. I mean, I thought that maybe someone like Emre might end up missing off the list there, and Sergej Conceição isn't necessarily the... I mean, yeah, I was surprised. Let's just put it that way. Some incredible work there. As I go back through the chat to work out who got what, we'll get there. We will absolutely get there in a few moments. But I saw Zerachul picked up some very, very early on. And then there were loads and loads of responses, and I had no chance of keeping up. Beautiful work. Beautiful, beautiful work. Thank you very much for the hydrate, Brazilian Fury, as well. And so, whilst I was on a break, I moved the game forwards. I'd come back the thing and press spacebar. And Rafael Schafel is now out for 3 to 4 weeks. That means that he's going to be out until the winter break. That's a little bit annoying. Tosin Adarabioyo is now out for 2 to 5 months with a hip injury. So that's also kind of annoying. We will send them to a specialist. So I think we were talking a little bit earlier about how Benjamin Wimmer is probably going to be sold. I don't think he is. I think that Benjamin Wimmer's job is now completely and utterly safe. as our two starting our right back and our centre back are now out of the picture. That's annoying. That's very, very annoying. So welcome in, Croppo. Lovely to have you in, my dude. I hope you had a lovely dinner. So Zerachal likes this game better than the other one. Which one do you not like, Zerachal? I need to know which games people don't like. So when they start getting too high up the list, I can start playing the games that they don't like. Make it much harder. In fact, that's why we need a bit of player smash, because Crodmo hates player smash. Vieri was a great striker, a quality player, absolutely quality player, incredible. Now, I do apologise, I was a little bit late on the honours, but Brazilian Fury didn't just redeem the hydrate, which is marvellous. He's also just generally a great guy all round. And so if you're not following Brazilian, go give that little heart thing a tick if you're over on Twitch. If you're over on YouTube, go and type in that search bar up at the top. Go and type Brazilian Fury, as you can see it in the chat there, and head on over to his YouTube channel because it is absolutely mint. Right, so that's problematic. I think is probably the politest way of putting things. That is very problematic. So do we switch? We switch to the left-sided version, I believe, which will then see us put McNulty in at fullback, Wimmers in on that side there, Pazarek drops down into that position. Asnu is the winger on the left, Linson is the player on the right, Danera and Abdullahi swap back round again. It's absolutely fine in that regard. We'll start on positive for the game coming up. Players from the reserve team that will come up. So Mark Alka hasn't really developed particularly well. Hirkins isn't registered, so let's bring another striker up into the team. And then we'll probably look at McCracken. He's the one who's always been kind of on the fringes there. They can be our other bench options. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to run with. Of course, there's plenty of time between now and then for there to be more injuries. So Batista says, I've been meaning to do a journeyman for a while, but I'm scared because I feel I'll get too connected with my first team and will not want to leave what I've built. Do you ever feel the same? Yeah, certainly. Certainly there are saves where you can get really, really connected, but also it's a single player game, Batista. If you are really, really connected to the team, don't leave. You can start with the intention of something being a journeyman, and you can change your mind as to what you then do during the course of the save. Absolutely, perfectly fine to do. Similarly, you can start a save where you think you're going to be staying with one team all the way through, and it can turn into journeyman over the course of it as the game unravels, and maybe you lose that connection. You think, okay, maybe it'll be a nice time to make a change within this save. So yeah, don't let that hold you back, and feel free to pivot. No one's going to stop you. No one's going to judge you for not meeting the goal you initially set out for. So Outfiber says always take some of the players with him to the next club. That's fair. That is fair. So you may update your username again in 3 days and 1 hour. Zenergy, fabulous news. Player smash makes Crodmo mad, and that's why I love it so much. So Batista says, yeah, I guess that's a possibility, and most likely the next club will have a larger budget, but then it's like I'm scouting and signing all the good players for club, like who's going to be left to sign for the next? Well, I mean, if you're then moving maybe to, if you're moving up divisions or across somewhere else within the world, you're kind of going to eventually end up with different profiles, and you'll be looking for different things as well. So it's a really, really nice way to keep a save fresh with a journeyman potentially. So RJ has done a lookup. Let's head back and do that. So is that going to be Jokin says or Joaquin says? He is not in my save from the look of things, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. So if there's someone else you want to look up, RJ, just let me know. Just let me know. Let's head back to the team selection. So we wanted to make some changes for the sake of rotation. So we'll look at making those there. Now Pazarek can come out for Guy. And then up front, we're going to give Stenbring the start. Let's give Stenbring the start, which means that Jalal Abdullah is the only player who scored goals in that lineup. That's going to go beautifully well. Beautifully well. We now need to give squad numbers to players because of all those injuries. All right, let's get back on track. We'll stick with the assistant manager's advice. Tell them we have faith. Oh. Absolute banger. So El Norby points out it's Dilf Day, so Crodmo is in the house. Exactly. RJ says every day is Dilf Day. I mean, you must be living in a very, very interesting part of Belgium. Zerachul's here only for the MILFs, so that's why he's mainly along on Mondays, you see. Right, so Batista says it makes sense, mostly because you've never done a journeyman, really wanted to experiment with one, but I do understand that, of course. I mean, yeah, like, try, see how you feel, change and adapt if you need to. It's Abdullah. Is he onside? Is he onside, though? He's not onside. He's not onside. We've been robbed. Right, Wimmer feeds Asnu. It's clear as day. Absolutely no doubt. No doubt about that. So Nightcaller says you suggest saving alternate realities when doing a long-term save. You mean keeping a save point so that you can then like go back and then go into different paths if you need to? Absolutely. Right, Jelicic with a chance just over. Boskovic full stretch. I think he might have got there though. Mr. Echo likes to hire Georgian ex-players in your staff, even if they're not good at the job. That's a great idea. Absolutely great idea. Here's Jelicic in behind on the volley, and that's wide. However, it's a free kick for offside. We have conceded 7 fouls so far. Guy lines up the free kick, takes a shot. It doesn't make it in, but Andre Brooks. Is Andre Brooks onside? I think he is.
Scoring like no tomorrow. Stand, the goals are here.
Boom. That's what we needed. It's taken 22 minutes to go 1-0 up, but not for a lack of trying. Shataki intercepts. Abdullah feeds Stenbring. Stenbring takes aim, and that's over. That is over, I'm afraid. So the Bruges back is not in your save. So if you cast your mind back all those months ago, when we set up, obviously we set up very, very Finland-centric. That's got to count.
Jalal Abdullah, Jalal Abdullah, Jalal Abdullah, Jalal Abdullah.
There we go. It's taken until the third game for us to unveil Never Give It Up. At Adam on the break's request. Mugosa into Lekovic. Here's Nikola Vucevic now. He tries over the top, but Guy cuts it out. Jelicic has a chance to feed Stenbring. Stenbring feeds Guy now. Guy has space. Inside to Jelicic. Jelicic across to Az now, and that shot is pretty rubbish. So I can check Saba, the substitute who got red against Villa. Fair enough. Yes, do remind me though after the game. There is a very good chance that I will forget, so please do remind me. Mustermann enjoys the Champions League anthem. Indeed, definitely the Champions League. So Tarek, in your save now, you're in 2059. You've stepped down from Schalke, from Betis, from Tottenham, from Liverpool, from Barcelona to Bolton. I was waiting for it. I resigned from Barcelona to take on Bolton. Incredible stuff. A Shitaki forces a save out of Boskovic. It's so hard, League One, with a lot of insecure finances. Really enjoyable game now. That's fantastic to hear. That is fantastic. Wimmer's header. That's over. Lumi says, did you see the England squad? I did indeed. As I said, I'm kind of just like, meh. I do think it's a bit odd calling up Jordan Henderson, but also England lacks any real quality options in defensive midfield who can receive the ball facing their own goal. Now, I wouldn't necessarily call Henderson great at it, but he's better than most of the options that are available. Adam Wharton would be my choice. He's just come back from injury though, and he hasn't been great at the start of this season. I wouldn't mind seeing Lewis Cook of Bournemouth get a chance, but I can understand why he's not. The only other thing that I would say is particularly surprising is Morgan Gibbs-White not getting a chance. But also I expect there will be plenty of opportunities for him to get a chance over the next few months. I mean, we're over a year out until the World Cup. We are probably going to see a lot of different squads over that time. Right, yeah, I think we can play better. Although we now have McNulty on a yellow card, so we're going to bring on Nürnberger at left back. And Abdullahi's done his job, so Sims can come on for the second half. I think that's all right. I think that'll be all right. Right, we've got fans of the Jalal Abdullahi song. Beautiful. RJ's a fan. Quadmo's a fan. Koatiba's a fan. Never have I heard someone singing Shalalalala with such a lack of enthusiasm. That's just my voice. That is just my voice. So, Hungdamin says, wait, is this the song I listen watching 4/4 tunes? No idea. Absolutely no idea. Right, Denage now. There's Nikovic over. Nichovic gets rid of the angle. Asnu with a great challenge. Golubovic. Guy, surely we can clear the danger now. Guy finds Wimmer. Wimmer takes it kind of back into the wrong place, but it's okay. We've moved out with Jelicic. Finds Sims to Shataki. Look at this man. There we go. Found Asnu eventually. Asnu runs down the left. Back to Shataki. Across to Schmidt. Not sure how that ended up as a corner, but there we've got it. We've got it. So are you writing those songs? Are you music producer or you use AI? So they're all real songs, Mr. Echo. What I do is I find instrumental versions and then rewrite the words and sing the harmonies. Now, I've had this conversation with a mate of mine who's got a degree in music. Harmonies need to be deliberate. There is certainly an attempt for them to be deliberate, as Ella Sims. There we go.
Sims scores, Sims with no fear, Sims for Darmstadt, Sims with the winner. Sims scores if it's home or away. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord knows you can play.
There we go, 3-0. That's what we needed. Yeah, so then I know that it's out of tune, and I think technically that means it can't count as harmony because the notes I'm trying to hit are not the notes on the song. Right, 3-0's decent, but here's a chance. I genuinely can't remember the team's name. Who are we playing? It is Sucheska Niksic.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Zerachel, what a gent. What a gent. Taking your sub from Prime Gift to Tier 1. You are a star. Thank you very, very much. So, Mr. Echo, I would like him to sing the Ole Ola song that we made to shame Robocops who beat people on streets during protests. That seems very... That wasn't what I was expecting. That's definitely not what I was expecting to read, Mr. Echo. I have no idea what that song is, or the Ollie at the Wheel song, I'm afraid. So maybe? I don't know. Rich says Henderson was a surprise. As for a pivot, Wharton might be future. I've never seen Rice as a pivot. Indeed, exactly. Rice, it's not just that Rice isn't a pivot. He specifically is very, very bad at playing facing his own goal. So it's a big issue. I've talked about this both before and during the Euros as well. We don't have that profile, and if you have Rice as the single pivot, then you're essentially saying we can't build up from the back, or you're putting yourself under an obscene amount of pressure trying to build up from the back. And that profile of player is a profile of player that Tuchel, generally speaking, likes to have in his squad, which is a worry. Just a little bit of a worry. Right, let's bring on some reserve players. And we're going to bring Shataki off. We're going to play Alka at left back. We are going to bring on... Actually, Nürnberger should be on that side, sorry, because we switched things round. Let's try... Let's remove Asni. Let's bring on... let's just do like for like. Let's bring on Tim Muller. That's fine. And then maybe Isaac Dick can come on a little bit towards the end. Asnu, to end his thing with a setup for Keegan Jelicic, is that offside though. There was lots of stembring. I was a player in the way of the goalkeeper. Oh, that'll be annoying. It's been disallowed. There we go. Oh well. Koku's Marshall's in. Welcome in, my dude. Your fever was gone for the entire day just to come back with a vengeance. Oh no. Oh, that's rubbish. That's rubbish. I hope it clears. So Cameron, are we winning? We're winning this game. That's what matters. Nürnberger with the free kick from distance. Boskovic over. We'll look to make the last sub. Probably actually now before that 75th minute. Let's see what happens here first though. Brooks to Wimmer. Wimmer to Nürnberger. Here's Jelicic out wide, free to into Sembring straight away. Nürnberger to Guy. Very, very ponderous. Here's Brooks. Over the top for Sims. Great save from the keeper. So yeah, last change. Take off Brooks. Bring on Dick. Give him a chance. Brazilian fans, we are in fact gonna win the fucking Europa Conference League. We're gonna win the Europa Conference League. Indeed. Europa League next season. By extension, absolutely. So the Villa pop-up in game. It's a bad competition for Ferencváros. Has to be said. I mean, the last I saw it was 6. That's what you're saying, indeed. Last I saw it was at 6-0. Poor Ferencváros. Joking, says El Norby. I mean, surely... So, El Norby, how do you feel? Because obviously it's been... Does the hatred of the other teams in the league mean that you want them to suffer and fail in real life? Or is it good for Hungarian football for teams like Ferencváros to get as far as possible in the competition? So Rich says, I can't remember which match, but in Euro 24, Rice was facing his own goal, got dispossessed, and we conceded. Exactly. RJ, they just scored another. Oh my. No clean sheet bonus for the Villa players. I mean, I'm sure I don't know who's managing them now. It's definitely not Emery, but I'm sure they don't mind too much. So you're just kidding about you singing it. While thing is about Dynamo Tbilisi, Ultras rewrote chant to be abusive to provoke Robocops during protest in Tbilisi. Fair enough. Mean Wolf's in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? Tarek says, you do have him, but sadly destroyed by my idol manager Pep. I'm talking about Leeds' version of Calvin Phillips. Oh, Calvin Phillips is not that kind of player at all, Tarek. Calvin Phillips is not... Calvin Phillips is much more like, say, the Rice mould of a player that wants to be facing forwards, wants to carry the ball. He's not the type of player that England produces a lot of, your Gallaghers, your Mainus, the run around like crazy box to box kind of player. But I definitely wouldn't call Calvin Phillips a pivot player, or not that particular role that we're looking for. Jabbit says, just came back from a trip to Budapest. Speaking of Ferencváros, awesome. How was it? Calvin Phillips is almost a box to box, but without the dynamism. The Leeds Calvin Phillips was outstanding. He absolutely was. Not, again, still not quite the profile that I think we need. I say, my view of the game isn't the only view of the game. Let's be fair. So So Mean Wolf's good, struggling to find training schedules somewhere to download for FM24. Leave it to your coaches, Mean Wolf. He'll be more than sufficient, I'm sure. Right, 3-0. On par with what we were expecting from AXG. That's perfectly fine.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
We're gonna win the fucking Conference League. Absolutely we are. Right, and that should just put us in a nice space mentally for an easy game against Bayern Munich. Nice easy game against Bayern Munich. Right, so let's drop those guys out. What are the change? So that's going to be De Niro back into the starting lineup. Linson back into the starting lineup. I thought Shiitake was okay. When he was on the ball, he didn't give it away, which is, ultimately the main thing for us there. Hove will come back in as their guy, comes back out for Pazarek. Those are our only defenders really available. Highland. Now, let's have a look. I feel like Highland's done really well for us in those games. So he is conceding less than expected, which is brilliant. We face only 0.68 XG whilst he's in goal. We concede only 0.56. I think Highland might have won the starting job because Sahinovic had a couple of games injured. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. So the Quest says solidarity money from international competitions and easier ways into the Europa League, etc. helps the league a lot. So kind of hard to feel envious. But yeah, it's difficult though, isn't it? Because then there's your rivalry. There's the rivalry which you don't just immediately reject. So I get it. I get that it's a dilemma of sorts. Cocos Melts, do you have an example player from anywhere? Yep, Sergio Busquets is perfectly fine. Rodri is perfectly fine. As I've said, Adam Wharton is that player, but he's not been in great... He's been injured. Since he's come back from injury, which is only a couple of games, he's looked really good, but he was quite poor at the beginning of the season. Lewis Cook does it for Bournemouth. England do have those profile of players. Whether they're good enough for international level is perhaps a question. I think Wharton will be, especially once he gets back into form and confidence. I'm not sure Lewis Cook necessarily is going to be able to make that step up. But yeah, like there's loads and loads of those single pivots. The Dougie Luizes, the Boubacar Kamara is really good at it. I'm going to focus mainly on Villa players naturally. But it is a problem that plagues a lot of teams. You've got teams like Man United struggle with it. They've been trying to play out from the back, but they don't have the players that can do that. Southgate was desperately hoping he'd find form before the Euros with Calvin Phillips. I mean, it was a bold hope, wasn't it? A bold hope. You want the Geordie Maradona, a Don Hutchison, Elliot Anderson. I haven't seen enough of Elliot Anderson to judge on that one. Quite possibly. As a Batista, I always leave and always have left training to coaches and all saves. Too scared to dive in. What's the worst that can happen? So Jabbit says, England haven't had a true technical defensive midfielder for as long as I can remember. Most have been forward passing players who panic with their back to goal. 100%. El Norby, in real life, I want them to go as far as they can because they're the only team who are reaching the group phase. We don't have 4 teams in the Champions League phase like England. So in game, my hatred wins. That's fair. That is fair. So Mr. Echo, actually, what do you think about training schedule to be useless? A couple of YouTubers made video about it saying they don't affect much on performance and development, so you can just delegate it. Watch any of the... So, Mr. Echo, in regards to that, there is a slight misconception about the way that training works that has been, people gone, training doesn't work at all, it's broken. A large part of what dictates how effective training is the intensity. And then when you see the information about which attributes they affect, it then gets spread. So if you've got something that has the intensity equivalent of one game and only influences one attribute, all of that benefit is going to go into that singular attribute. So if you use quickness additional training and match practice, they end up targeting basically just the player's role and the additional focus. So you can abuse training 100%. Very, very easy to abuse training. But it still works absolutely fine. You can use it to develop players in the profile that you want. But I wouldn't necessarily say that the time that you need to spend making your own schedules is necessarily that worthwhile in terms of the greater benefit you get from just letting the coaches do it. Right, so RJ is here to remind me to check Saba or Lucas Hay if he's not there either. So, all right, so Lucas Hay is the second option, the third option. So Saba, let's have a look. Here is Kiriani Saba. Look at him in his curly hair. Currently playing for Nimes in Ligue 2. Seems to be kind of okay in that regard. Performance-wise this season, he's safe on the ball. He's winning his tackles. Doesn't really offer much going for us. Barely on the ball at all, to be fair. We won't get a full picture of his attributes because he's not scouted, I'm afraid. So that's kind of not very, very helpful there. He went from Bruges to Almere for a season, the 25-26 season before his move to Nîmes. So yeah, 4 years, 28 league appearances isn't great. Yeah, sadly, he's never really made the step up at that level. Struggled heavily on loan in the Eredivisie. And kind of has found his level at League 2. League 2. Occasionally I say League 2. Otherwise, I say League 2. There we go. So, who was the other keeper you mentioned? Hyland and Sahinovic is our other goalkeeper. Zenergy. So Mohamed Sahinovic has been our starter for the last couple of seasons. He's not been bad, even if his XG prevented is awful. A lot of the goals we've conceded have been like silly mistakes. I don't know if you were here for Wednesday after we came back. Our defeat to Hanover is probably the best representation I can give of what this season has been like. So we generated 1.75 XG from 13 shots. Didn't score. They had 8 shots for 0.48 XG. But to be fair to them, those shots there's 0 XG contributed to it for the goal that won the game. This, coming up in a moment, is the goal that we lost the game. Oh my, there's a llama in as well, by the way. So here we go. And Tista Schmidt just runs it into his net. It hurt. That hurt. That absolutely hurt. Angel Gomes can turn. Okay, Angel Gomes would be a good choice. I would definitely be in favour of Angel Gomes. Gibbs White has been fun dropping as a single pivot at times. I wouldn't want to rely on him. So what I've seen of Gibbs White is that he comes and he drops when you struggle to build up from the back. So you have your players kind of spread out nice and you will try to build up. And if you can't, Morgan Gibbs White is the one who kind of drops and creates the rotations. A little bit like England did with Gallagher in the Euros. So you would have seen that with the... let's see if I can actually display this kind of properly. Let's see if I can get up. What's it called? What is it called? It's called Tactical Board. It's called Tactical Board. Let's get... right, let's pop on over. Let's pop on over. Whilst I'm doing this, I saw there was a llama. A llama in the stream. Good evening, sir. How are you? Anyways, I'm pleased to say that despite having some awful moments in this one as well, we haven't rage quit yet. Yet being the operative word. But lovely to see you, my dude. Lovely to see you. Has the wonderful Quadmo done the honours of shouting you out yet? That's the important question. So England would play in a 4-2-3-1, right? Now that's kind of how it was was expected or lined up, generally speaking. And in initial build-up, they would stay with the fullbacks kind of deep, defenders splitting like this, and then Gallagher, who was normally on the right-hand side, and Rice was on the left. Gallagher would push up into the front line, like so, and they'd spread out in this way here, with Rice expected to face his own goal, which he really, really struggled with. Now, what would tend to happen is they try playing in here, he would bounce a pass, and then we'd end up keep on moving it round the back as we struggle to progress the ball. And then Gallagher would drop deep. That would see us move into like a back three. That would be the trigger for us to move forwards. And then that would normally be Bellingham, or would it be Foden? Whoever was playing in the centre would then shift across here. Whoever was playing on the left would then shift inside, and you'd see Trippier move forwards at that point. So we'd end up staying with this weird kind of, with this 3-2 build-up shape. But we'd never fully take advantage of having 6 bodies back initially to progress through, which is partly an issue because we don't have the profile of defensive midfielder to do it. Angel Gomez is a fantastic shout for doing so. But also really, really naive. We really struggled to suck the opposition out into this area and then push the ball forwards to make use of any space. So I'm hoping that's where we look to do. I see Gibbs White as being that kind of player. He's the one who kind of tends to then drop when we struggle to make up the area. I use an ad blocker. I'm sorry. Sorry. We digressed. We digressed heavily. I do apologise. So let's have a look here. Tuchel should just play Brexit ball. 4-4-2, long ball, Calvert-Lewin and Rashford up top. I don't think that's going to be very likely to come in, let's be fair. So is it maybe risk aversion? If you have the money to sign a foreign player that can do that for sure, why risk using a young English player for that who might cost you goals? I think that's a very, very fair reading of the situation for sure. And Rich agrees. It's also short-termist mentality. That is the problem. It's an issue affecting our own country and wider issues beyond football. I think you will find that there is that element of short-termist mentality, but if you have a player that can do it, we've got to be addressing it at a much lower level, at the youth level, getting those players through. Oh my word, I do apologise, by the way. Welcome in, Relayha. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream, sir? How was your stream? Lovely to have you in. Cromwell, do you mind doing the honours and shouting out? It's a really difficult name to write. I do apologise to pop that on you. I know that I spend usually a while trying to make sure that I have spelt it correctly. So I do apologise, by the way, that we are so far behind on chat. Let's say no pressure going into this game against Bayern Munich. We are at home. We've been okay at home, so maybe we will all right. So let's see there. Yes, we've even going to. So I'm sure after all we're bringing back the 30s because we had some refugees in the late 10s. That's a lot of retrospective. Going to cut benefits the most severely disabled people in the country because there might be one person abusing the system. It's only reasonable, right? Only reasonable. That's sarcasm in case anyone can't pick up on that. Zenergy asks, has no one mentioned Miles Lewis-Skelly? Do you think he might get a shout in midfield? That would be a bold decision if it is. It is definitely I'd be surprised, but who knows? We'll find out. He does. So who've we got at left back? We've got Skelly, Dan Burn. Is there someone else as well brought up for left back? I can't remember. So we're 25 minutes in, and it's still 0-0, which is brilliant. Here's Hove. He's on a yellow card, so we probably need to address that. Abdoulaye drops deep back to Hove. Asnu's in behind. Asnu? Asnu!
The team will love the goals we drop to be part of the wave. Darmstadt winning under Mika Aritalo.
That was a really satisfying clap. Oh my, I did not expect that. Crudmo was so excited you couldn't type shout out. The amount of times I spelt shout out incorrectly, it's embarrassing, I must be honest. Right, can Bayern respond immediately? Here's Stiller, cross the angle, there we go. It didn't last long, but here's VAR. I love you, VAR. Or is there VAR? It stays at 1-1 there. Yeah, I don't love you, VAR. You're rubbish. Corrupt, I tell you. Wimmer got it clear initially. Silva fed it back to Stiller, who looked onside, perfectly fine to me. And his finish very, very similar to Asnu's. Right, so you're starting to wonder what Hung Min has against Dominic Calvert-Lewin or Marcus Rashford for that fact. He wants him to play for England. Surely that's love. Yes, or Livramento. That is very, very true. Maybe Colwill. There's a lot of very interesting profile of players in the squad. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Right, I'm delighted with that first half. We've restricted Bayern to just 0.37 xG, which is pretty good. Even if they did equalise pretty much immediately after we scored. But I'm going to tell them that I want them to be better. Maybe I'm happy on the inside, but let's not let the players get carried away. There's still a lot of work to do. So Raleha, hello everyone. Short stream today because you're hungry, and we did it bad today. I know those feelings very, very well. Go get some dinner. Go or lunch. Go get food. Food is amazing. So Cameron's back spiritually at last in a food coma and have a Guinness line back in bed. That sounds perfect. Sounds absolutely incredible. Right, we didn't make the instruction on Hove to ease off tackles, did we? No, we didn't. So on comes Nürnberger. On comes Guy as well. You know what I'm like with players on yellow cards. We'll just go with those for a moment. I think... Oh, this is a bad choice. A bad choice. Pardon me. Let's move our mentality up a little bit. Let's see if we can maybe steal a chance. With Abdullahi. Abdullahi now. Can he do something? He goes out wide to Guy. Guy down the right. Swing that ball in. Abdullahi's attacking it. Hagstrom punches it clear. Asnu got one goal already. Creates some space on the left. Feeds Abdullahi. Abdullahi holds it up. Asnu with the cross. De Niro heads it over from 3 yards. Oh, I was about to say right on the money as well. Right, Abdullahi's looking tired. Looks like he's taken a knock. Schmidt has to stay on. So we're going to ask him to ease off tackles. Right, on comes Sims. Asnu is looking shattered as well. On comes Muller. 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go, and I'm going to demand more. Maybe. Let's see. That feels like a bad decision as well. That feels like a bad decision. Here's Linson. Back to Shiitake. He's going to play it to Wimmer. Wimmer's going to go all the way back to Highland for sure. He does. Sends it into Nürnberger. His pass is loose. De Niro, though, wins the header. We're coming forwards. Linson to De Niro. De Niro in behind. De Niro! Don't you rob me. Don't you do this to me, VAR. It's a goal. It's a goal.
I need a goal. De Niro is what I need. Hey. I need a goal. De Niro is what I need.
Hey. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm starting to sound like that bloody Churchill dog. Clinton gets the ball, plays it over the top. It's a delightful ball. Clipped wonderfully into the path of De Niro. His first touch is sensational. Fires it hard. Beyond the keeper. Now, what do we do for the last changes? Clinton stays out there. Shiitake is the man that's going to come off. I want fresh legs in the middle of the park. I absolutely want fresh legs in the middle of the park. Let's take pass into space off. Keep counter on, though. 6 minutes. 6 minutes to hold on. We can do this. Adam is in. Welcome in, Adam. How you doing? You missed your song. Musiala. Oh, Halen gets there first. That's okay. That's okay. Let's... whilst that's happening, we don't have play out of defence on, so I don't need to worry there. Highland sends it long. Muller goes up for it. Brooks gathers. De Niro loses out. And here come Bayern with Musiala out on the right. Garcia McNulty's he's just chipping away there. I thought that was about to be a red card. Upamecano into Johnston. Finds Ederson. It's a lovely ball. What was Schmidt doing? Schmidt. Oh, it's okay. It was offside. Schmidt was playing him offside. That's what he was doing. Schmidt was being a genius. We've got 5 minutes of injury time. 5 minutes to hold on or maybe find a third. Stims, that's got to be a penalty. That is a penalty. Now, Plinson missed his last one. Plinson missed his last penalty. Do we make a change? He's the only person with good penalty taking. Everyone else is below that. We do not make a change. We just ride with Linson. We ride with Christian Knockfi Linson.
White badge, blue shirt, white socks, blue shorts, blonde hair, white star, bled blue, lily white. Knockfi Linson saw the Darmstadt goal tonight. At the Merck Stadion and Bollenfaltor, where the goals are their delight.
3-1. That's what we needed. That is what we needed. But here comes the money, said Hung Min, indeed. There was genuine anguish in that cry. There was. There absolutely was. We're winning the fucking league. If only, Zerachel. If only. You said it's easy versus Bayern. Well, it was. It does seem that way, Tarek. It does seem that way. There we go. We've got the win. At home, we are... I wouldn't call us a force, but we are okay.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Muster Dogs rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
So with that game in hand, we can expect that we are, probably going to drop down to 10th. 10th is, we want to be above that. We want to be at 9th at worst over the course of this season. So we're kind of around the right area at least, which is nice, I guess. Merck Stadium and Bollenfalter host shock result. It was a shock result. It was a wonderful shock result. Now 3 days until the next game, away against St. Gallen. The way that things are currently in the Conference League, we need to win to get that bye. I imagine if we draw, there are enough of these teams on 10 points that will potentially jump above us. So we'll probably play a very full strength squad because that's also the last game before the winter break. So a big game, a big game coming up. And then we look at transfer listing those players. Wimmer stays. Wimmer has been saved by our injury crisis. What the fuck is this, says Crudmo. It is amazing. Everyone needs to learn and love a little bit of Sweet Gene Vincent by Ian Jury and the Blockheads. Off their seminal album, No Boots and Panties. A cracking album. Which means that Robbie Williams has at some point done a cover of that song. Which is a horrible thought. Jim says, great win, well done. Thank you very much, my dude. Where's the 2-minute long version? I don't know if chat is ready for the 2-minute long version of that obscure Ian Jury and the Blockhead song with the lyrics changed to be about an Icelandic player. Meanwhile, we should have an Oktoberfest dance. An Oktoberfest dance would be something, wouldn't it? So now let's see how we'll do against a proper opponent, against St. Gallen. Well, it's an away game, so we're going to lose. Right, we now have no defenders. Right, so that'll be Nürnberger in there. We are literally down to 2 centre-backs. Incredible. Now, Yannick Mousehound complained that we didn't register him for the Conference League. He's probably laughing at us now. He is almost certainly laughing at us now, because we could do with him. We could most definitely do with him coming into this. Oh my God, now we start to play proper football. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I mean, let's be fair. It was a very, very even game if it wasn't for the penalty from an XG point of view. It's just nice for the rub of the green to go our way for a change. So Alfarby has redeemed a mystery minigame. So what shall we go to and play next? I think today is Friday. Today is Friday. It is definitely Friday, which means it's time for a round of Only Connect. So, if you haven't been here before, let's explain how this works. You're going to see, ignore those pictures on screen, that's just representative, just to be clear. You're going to see 4 pictures of football players, maybe current, maybe retired, one after the other. They all share a common connection. Your job is to work out what that common connection is. It might be that they've all played for the same manager or for the same team, or they've shared teammates. Maybe it ends up being something a little bit more abstract, something like they've all scored the fastest goals in the Bundesliga. It might be that they all have the name of animals in their surname. Sometimes it can be a little bit abstract. And on Fridays, we go a little bit abstract. It's the end of the week, so let's have something just a little bit tougher. You can see Crudmo, he says it's the second worst game. Disgraceful. Friday Only Connect. Adam knows what it's about. You're asking if it was Friday made me actually question if today was indeed Friday. It is Friday. It is definitely Friday. So let's head on over to the first clue and see if we've got any idea what could be the connection from just one player revealed. So RJ's gone for that they all ate fast food after defeat. It's plausible. It is absolutely plausible. They all wear their watches on their left hand. Like, left hand is definitely the correct hand to wear it on, right? Surely. Right. Medical car has correctly identified it's Eric Cantona. El Norby calls him the king. Waigormi says Cantona. Played for Auxerre. It's a fabulous guess from FM Llama. It's not that, but it is a fabulous piece of knowledge there. Is it players turned actors? I love that suggestion as well. It's not, I'm afraid. It's Energy coming in with Auxerre too. Is it that they've all fly kicked a fan in the stands? I would love to find 4 players that have kicked a fan. And Bart Coratiba suggesting maybe it's that they got long bands. That kind of, I think that would be more plausible as something we get as a connection. It's not that, I'm afraid. But it isn't. I love, the Quez. The Quez. You're not right. I'm not going to give you a false hope. But Quez is thinking the right idea. He's thinking abstract. He's gone that is it words like can't, don't, aren't, isn't, because Cantona contains can't. And then could we be looking at further grammatical devices like that? It's amazing. It's an amazing guess. It's not right, but it is an amazing guess. So we've got all retired, 30 or younger. We've got suspended for attacking fans. Altercations with fans in the park. Playing in Bordeaux. Could have been philosophers. Tons, kilogram. All played for Guy Roux. All called Eric. All love seagulls. All called their national team manager shit. All played national football for their beach team. Fabulous guesses, all of those. I'm going to move on to the next one though, because we aren't on the right lines right now. There are some incredible guesses there. So have they all called their national team manager shit? When the seagulls follow the trailer is because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. An amazing quote. Is it they've all had a role in a football ad? It isn't. all had brothers who were players but not as good as them. Isn't that either? We've got all scored chipped goals that are repeated ad infinitum. It is a great goal though, isn't it? I know it's tough to see it back. Players turned singers, measurements in their names, so we've got the ton again. It's not that, I'm afraid. First name ends in the same letter as the last name starts. Love that, it's not that. All have contractions, not contractions. All have languages in their surname. Like, as in Cantonese, you're going with it, Canton, Cantonar. It's good thinking. It's not that, I'm afraid. I would take credit for a good guess over 10 points in this game. Fabulous stuff. All have a connection with Elvis Presley. Interesting. So Crudmo says that's Stanley Matthews. It is Stanley Matthews. Are they all from Stoke? Famously, Eric Cantona is from Stoke, correct. All have cups in their names. Like the Stanley Cup. What's the Eric Cantona Cup? I don't know what that one would be. It's not that, I'm afraid, but I'd love to know what would be there. They all have names shared with a double act. So you're thinking of like Eric and Ernie. Stan. Oh, Stan's one of the little and large, isn't he? Is he little or is he large? Or have I got that completely wrong? So all fight with fans. It's not that, I'm afraid. All played with collars up. I like that suggestion. All players have AN in their names. There's probably a chance. That is far too many. So I can. Right, yes. Yes, okay, I see again. It's not that, but again, lovely thinking. Names are all similar to that of blades. Cantona as in katana. Stanley like Stanley blade. Okay, I see what you're going with. Fine thinking. We are definitely, I'm loving that the guesses are coming in. They're really abstract now. Here we go. On to the next one. So far we've had Eric Cantona, Stan Matthews, and third up we have Kyle Wanker. Indeed, Kyle Walker it is. I will assume that that's exactly what you meant, and quite happy to take that as a correct answer on it being Kyle Walker. It is indeed Kyle Walker. So do they all have Lord of the Ring characters as nickname? So Cantona, king, like Aragorn. Matthews, it's a wizard, like Gandalf. I love that. It's not that, but I love that. Did they all use Brill Cream by the gallon? Possibly. All have 3 phonemes in their name. Is it Mustermann's favourite players? No, it isn't. Stand, walk. Oh, I like that we think there. It's not. Obviously, we can't then put that through with Eric Cantona. But yeah, some good things. My God, we just loves Lord of the Rings. Definitely loves Lord of the Rings more than only Connect. That's for sure. So did they all sing? Not that I know about. Do they all? No idea, says RJ. Let's move to the last one. And let me tell you now, this is the dumbest connection I have done so far. This is without doubt the dumbest that I've done so far. That's all I can say. So Quadmo says, if you add together the shirt numbers of the other 3 players, it's the same number as the number of illegitimate children Kyle Walker has. Sadly not. It's not even half the number of illegitimate children that he has. Is it that they're captains? It's not that, I'm afraid. Is it that their first name is all comedians? It's not. But you might be somewhere. Something on that might help you get along the lines. So get that gobshite off my screen. It is indeed Kenny Dalglish, Jabbit. It is indeed Kenny Dalglish. So who the fuck is he, Cocker Smelch? A Liverpool legend. 7 number on the shirts. It's not the number 7 on their shirts, I'm afraid. All names are from South Park, says Coratiba. There's 3 less illegitimate children than Boris de Pfeffel. Mr. Johnson, indeed. Alt Farby's gone for South Park. Zerachul's gone for South Park. Y Gormy's gone for South Park. Johnny Trotter's gone for North Park. It is indeed Coratiba. Fabulous work there. They all share their first names with the main South Park characters. I'm so sorry. It is so dumb. I'm so sorry. We have Eric. We have Stan. I tried to drop that in earlier when we confirmed it was Stanley Matthews. I deliberately called him Stan straight away. Kyle Walker. And of course, Kenny Dalglish. I am so sorry. That's why Gormy's favourite one. That's Cameron on the other hand's like worst minigame. That's the most dumb one yet. It is. It is. -1 million channel points to Musterman. I deserve that. I absolutely deserve that. Where's Butters? We could have gone with... Oh, Podmo's already said it. We could have gone with Guy Butters indeed. But the 4 main characters indeed. We need to be high for this game. Memo that to me next week. I will do. I will do. I'd be very impressed if you'd have found a Randy. I would have got former Aston Villa owner Randy Lerner. Randy Lerner is his real name. Randy Lerner. Incredible. Incredible. Eric and Stan was a clue for the comedy element. Indeed it was. And someone else had mentioned double acts. And I think I should have possibly swapped Stan and Carl around on that one. Fabulous work. Fabulous work, Kawatiba. That is sensational of you. Darren Randolph could have been for Randy, potentially, indeed. So Crodmo would like the memo as well, to remind that we need to be high for these games. Did Kenny Dalglish play in the same time as Ian Rush? They must be crossover there. There must be crossover. No, there wasn't, says Crodmo. Fair enough. MLS must have had loads of Randys over the years, surely. You'd think so. You'd think so. Where is Mr. Mackey? Okay, so... Right, this is... Just to be very, very clear, guys. This is all your fault. Enough people have suggested other South Park characters. At some point in the future, yet to be defined, there will be another South Park connection round. But I'm not going to tell you when. I'm going to wait. People might remember this next Friday. So it's obviously not going to be next Friday. I'm going to wait until people stop remembering this conversation and then add it back in. And it's going to be Mr. Mackey. It's going to be Butters. It's going to be the side characters. It's going to... I'm going to look forward to that. You said there was crossover, unfortunately. Fair enough. Fair enough. So Zerachel says, now on Monday we're all going to guess random stuff, and it's going to be something lame like they all played for Scarborough. It is. It is. This minigame should have asked for Tree Fiddy, like the damn Loch Ness Mini. Tree Fiddy? Absolutely. Right, Darren Mackey. There we go. There's a Mackey for us. Rush did play with Dalglish. Legend 11 has confirmed as well. Right, so... what are we clipping? We don't want to clip it. Well, you just need to remember. That's the important thing. Right, so guys, let's not say South Park for the next 4 weeks, then all guess it in 5 weeks when he does it. That's fair. That's fair. Right, so that's our squad, right? Full strength for this game. Well, with the players that we've got available. What's Pazarek's? Pazarek doesn't have gets forward whenever possible. He can tackle. Right, okay. Let's swap this round. Pazarek can play in a more defensive capacity there, which means we can do this and this. Hove. So Nürnberger, Hove. Let's give Jelicic that start. Let's swap these guys around. That is our full strength team. We're starting the game on positive. Let's do that. Let's do that. So Zenji, do you have any youth players that can at least sit on the bench? We've got most of the bench for... I don't like adding youth players that aren't going to get any game time. I don't see the point in disrupting their training for that purpose. But we've got Alka, Dick, Hendry, McCracken, all on the bench from the reserves team there. So yes, we have our youth very much in the squad for that. Don't need to say, yeah, we will say it one last time. Let's get this a win season. I will say it every single time. Night of Knee suggests Roy Mackay. Obviously. How did I miss that one? Beautiful suggestion. So Crodmo asks, talking of Scarborough, does everyone know their former manager Neil Warnock's nickname and why he has that nickname? So he's called Colin because it's an Neil Warnock, it's an anagram of Colin Wanker. Beautiful stuff. Does that count? Does that count? Come on. Beautiful. That's the way to start a game within the first minute. We're 1-0 up. Pazarek with the cross. He's behind the ball. Absolutely no doubt about that. De Niro gets, is that like his 15th, 16th goal of the season? That's what we need. That is what we need. So better than the UCL. It is. Koku Smelch knows what it's about. Koku Smelch knows what it's about. Is this a penalty? The referee is going to the screen. I wasn't even looking. I was trying to catch up with chat. Thank you very much, guys, for saying echo. I've got that turned off now. I know what I'm doing. I definitely know what I'm doing. I don't. We get the penalty. Beautiful stuff. Here we go. Does this, if he scores this, does that mean that I go for the 2-minute version of his song?
White badge,
don't
blue
worry.
shirt, white socks, blue shorts, blonde hair, white star, bled blue, lily white. Tag Feelinson saw the Darmstadt goal tonight. At the Merck Stadion and Bollenfaltor, where the goals are their delight.
Beautiful stuff. Right, that feels like we've got 1 foot into the knockout rounds with the bye, which I hope is going to be all right. Ladislav, our massive fan. Here we go.
La 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 la. Jalal Abdullahi, Abdullahi, Jalal Abdullahi, Jalal la 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 la. Jalal Abdullahi, Abdullahi, Jalal Abdullahi.
Adam, that one's for you, sire. That one is for you. That's 3 shots on target. 3 shots total. 3 shots on target, 3 goals. This is very, very unfair to St. Gallen. I wish that we could have this kind of goal-scoring exploits in the league. Wouldn't that be nice? So Adam says it's glorious. What a banger. Banger after banger. All 3 goals are all 3 new songs as well. Beautiful stuff. Right, Abdullahi drops deep. Here's Hove. Back to Schmidt. They're keeping their 2 up high. There's we should be able to really, really dominate in the middle of the park, I expect. Here's Asnu. Feeds Linson. Linson can't score from open play, but it's okay if he scores penalties. If all he can do is score penalties, it's all good. Now, I do apologise. I think I said hello, Ladislav Almasi fan. If I didn't, hello. How you doing, my dude? How's your week been? Right, so much better day of games than on Wednesday. Just a little. I mean, that said, did you see our defeat tonight? Did you see our defeat so far? It was an exact copy of like most of our games on Wednesday, bless. So Ladislav Almasi asked, does anyone play competitive sports? I need some advice. I'll have to leave that one to chat. This is not the body of a competitive sportsman. Right, 3 shots, 1.3 XG. Seems not too unlucky. Indeed. But then, 0.8 of that XG was a penalty, to be fair. Crodmo says that Wednesday happened because there was no Crodmo. Indeed, how dare you? Please put your life on pause and make sure you're here on Wednesdays. Asnu sends it into Abdullahi, sets up Linson. It's a great save from Fayulu. Fayulu's made some good saves now in this since we went 3-0 up. Some big saves. Right, I missed the SA song. So do I, Jabbets. So do I. And El Norby saying it's Ladislav Almasi fan who bought our luck. I think that's fair. That is definitely fair to say. Let's say a collective proper Chelsea to welcome Ladislav Almasi fan. Proper Chelsea. Proper Chelsea indeed. Crodmo plays football once a week, but it's not exactly competitive. You guys were definitely felt competitive by my standards, which is not particularly competitive at all. Off the post. Linson can't buy a goal in open play. Right, so Ladislav Almasi fan says, I play futsal for my university. During practice, I'm usually one of the best players. However, I can never recreate my performances in matches. Do you feel that it's a nerves thing? Or do you find that, is it something, I mean, I suppose you don't know, that's why you're asking. But is it something that you've always experienced even before university? Or is there something quite new that's come on? Because it might be environment based. Adam says, I hear Crodmo is going to be in the next Sidemen match. Absolutely. I believe that is definitely plausible. Cronmo says he has that problem, I think. Just carry on. I have that problem. Carry on. Big First suggests, indeed, do you have dreads playing big matches as a hidden attribute? I mean, I'd love to say something useful and helpful, because that'd be great. Because my performances in matches were generally quite bad when I was playing Sunday League. But the difference was that my performances in training were equally bad. It's a walkover, this game. Let's tell them it's a walkover. Let's be really positive. And that's going to give us a chance to give Stenbring some game time. Tim Muller some game time. We're potentially transfer listing Sims, so we'll probably bring him on at some point as well. So yes, during junior football I was really good during training and okay, but nowhere near as good in matches. So Cromwell says he only plays 5-a-side with some mates, but I really look forward to it, and I frequently don't play as well as I should be able to. So the only thing I would say, or I can say, is thinking about like what you do in the lead up. So to training, do you find that you turn up like really early, or you rock up just at the time? What's the approach you take to like warming up your muscles beforehand as well? And see if you can capture some element of that before the game, because they are very different experiences, aren't they? There's that whole sitting in the locker room part. There's potentially travel that you're not used to. So there's things that disrupt that routine where you're normally finding yourself quite comfortable. So I would imagine there's probably an element of trying to find your own, like, it's difficult to do when you're there with 10 other players and whoever's on the bench. But being able to find your own little bubble to kind of set you in your space for the game. Right, let's okay, Abdullah has taken a knock, so that's perfect. It's going to be the introduction of Sims. Going to move up to attacking. Let's see if we can get some more goals in this game. Because we're at risk of actually ending up under our XG if we don't score any more of our chance. Well, if we don't make any more chances, we'll overperform our XG. Right, Nürnberger across to Hove. Back to Schmidt. Feeds Sims. Sims peels off, finds Jelicic. Jelicic turns nicely. Jelicic shoots not very nicely. Bless him. So do you mean in the drills or in practice matches? If it's the first, it could be stamina. That's fair. Cronmo says he also plays drums competitively. Had to do lots of work over the years to make sure I can bring my proper standard to the table every time, so to speak. I mean, like the combination of, I mean, I'm not saying that it is stage fright, but being able to handle those performing situations and doing it consistently is a challenge. And the consistency part probably being the bigger part of that challenge, to be fair. Right, what's our change going to be here? Our change here is going to be Shitakion into that position there. Hove to play out on the right. And then one last sub is available. We'll wait for a little bit more for that. So the Kvet says, I remember matches actually was a relief since we played for the second team and was smashed by the first team in training. I mean, I suppose if the expectations are really low, that definitely helps. Definitely helps. So that's how a Master Fan says, practice matches where you're at your best. That's fair. Colin says preparation's probably key. Have your own routine, suggests Jabbit. Fabulous suggestions there. Yeah, so Quadmo's agreeing with those guys as well. That's beautiful. Rich says, okay, chat, I have just not been paying attention, or is this different? You're managing in Sweden with Malmo. First time, one of my players has been sent off for throwing an elbow. A shocking act of violent conduct. I don't think I've seen this before. Is that, Rich, is that with a real player as well? I know that it used to be in a lot of the older FMs, and I think it can happen with new gens, but for like legal reasons, they didn't have it with real players maybe there's some changes on that end. Right, what are the change I'm going to make? Bring on John Hendry. For Nürnberger. Let's shift these guys all over. Stenbring to play out wide for a little bit, just for the last 10 minutes. Get Hendry some game time. So it is slightly demotivating to be able to dominate in practice games and then watch them affect competitive games more than me. Albeit I'm still happy for them. I completely get that. Completely get that. So El Norby suggests drinking some Cofola. Javit says, I always think of Rafael Nadal with his drinks bottle. Probably don't need to go that far, but just something like listening to your favourite song or do a jog to warm up and collect thoughts. Exactly. So what I used to do is John Hendry. There we go. There we go.
Stand, scoring like no tomorrow. Stand, the goals are here.
I know I should have an I Believe in Joe Hendry song for John Hendry, but I didn't expect him to get game times for another couple of years. Yeah, like my routine when I'd play Sunday League, not to a good standard. Again, I just have to point out that maybe advice from someone who's a bit rubbish anyway isn't that great. But part of my routine, see if this counts, was to have headphones. I'd listen to a song called Kickstand by Soundgarden, which is about 1 minute 20 seconds long, which really helped.
Sims with no fear, Sims for Darmstadt, Sims with the winner. Sims scores if it's home or away. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord knows you can play.
That was tight. That was very, very tight. Cocky Smash says, in my youth career, most of us were better in training because we were all equally shit at kicking a ball. That's fair. That's fair. So Zenergy says it's all about the 6 Ps. Proper preparation prevents piss poor performance. Indeed, fair. I saw, whereas Cameron's routine for Sunday League is to stop drinking at 4 in the morning. I mean, maybe that's the trick, is to start drinking at 4 in the morning, so that if it is nerves based, you're just not really aware of the surroundings at all. So Rich says it's a real player, Sergio Pena, at the club when you started, 27-year-old Peruvian. How peculiar. How very, very peculiar. Cool. 4th, we finished above Aston Villa on goal difference. That'll do nicely. That means we're through to we get the bye for the knockout phases, which is marvellous. Couple fewer games to worry about. More chance of advancing deep into the competition potentially, which is absolutely marvellous. Let's get these guys rested. And so we're going to... This is where the stream for this evening pivots a little bit, because we've got that January, that break, 20 days, 22 days. We're now going to start looking at transfer targets. Well, we'll move up to like New Year's Eve so that we can start transfer listing players, getting bids in, looking to see what players are available in 6 months' time as well. But before we do that, we've got a break coming up. So yes, I will see you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes, and then we do some transferring. Woo! Right, we're back. Lumi says, I hope the break is not to smoke. There is definitely some vaping going on. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm also not going to advocate for it. Before we went though, Zerachel said it's time to axe the dead meat, and that's something sadly I'm not allowed to do on stream. That's just a little bit too lewd. Right, some fabulous advice from Crodmo. Thank you very much for taking that up. It is exactly, I mean, I very, very much agree with the advice that is coming from chat. Some fabulous stuff there. Greavesy says, personally tries to have the what's the worst that can happen mentality. Even if you have a terrible game, you're still going to head to the pub for a pint or five, and then you're still heading home to a warm bed. Life is good. I mean, well, you may head to a point, maybe you don't. You know, it is though the same thing, right? And so as it is all about enjoying the moment with your teammates, regardless. Like at the end of the day, you've had a game. Yeah, I get that. So Cameron says, we have a boy similar to this in our team, great at training, absolute jobby on a Sunday, and we do think it's the anxiety of the unknown. Doesn't know these guys playing against, and it's worried of a cruncher coming in. I mean, that's also, I mean, it's a huge thing. The environment element against training, you know your teammates, so you know who you can beat and who you can, when you need to pass, when you need to take a player on. It is a much easier environment to respond to. So we're going on a training camp to Spain. Sure. Let's add them all in. I'm sure we've got enough spaces for a squad of 35. Oh, pardon me. Surely, no. Darabio definitely won't be back in that time. I'll leave a Darabio at home. Let's go for Badalona foot. And 1, 2, 3, and 1 on the second. Yeah. That can be against L'Hospitalet. Both teams that I know are definitely Catalonia based. So we are definitely staying within the same region as our lovely little training camp is in. So, lads, I usually go into matches super confident because of how well I do in practice, and even in the warm-up drills, I just can't get the same performance in games. And that's it. The other thing to think as well is that, like, it's going to take time. Even with the advice and the suggestions that people have made as well, it's going to be about building up that routine or playing around with different things before you play those games to try and find what works for you. So it's going to be frustrating. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a quick and easy fix. Unfortunately. So Blue Lions, what is the Super League thing that you're a part of? Okay, cool. So the wonderful, the incredible guys who are part of the FM Netherlands team. So we've got Rowan on, the Dutch representative at the FIFA World Cup featuring Football Manager. We've got Dan the Tank. We've got Arjen Wyden, who we raided out to the other day. We've got that Timo. and I know that I've missed someone. And Kickert, all fantastic Dutch FM creators. They have organised a tournament, a Super League. Opened. They advertised it out on like Dutch TikTok. And I say Dutch TikTok like it's a different kind of TikTok. They advertised it out on TikTok and through their channels. Open to anyone, so it's not just for streamers. And there was going to be 128 competitors in a competition which is now sponsored by the KMVB, and that's going to be technically starting from this Sunday. So this Sunday there's going to be a draw over on one of their channels. Once I know exactly where it is, I'm going to be popping that information up on Discord. And the way it's going to work is there's going to be 32 groups of 4 teams. We each play each other 3 times in those group stages. The top 2 go through to the knockout rounds, and so we'll end up with knockout rounds with a round of 64, a round of 32, a round of 16, a round of 8, a round of 4, the final. Each week, at the end of each week, so on a Sunday, there's going to be a highlights package organised and presented by Rowan and the Dan Tank, again over on their Twitch channels. So it's going to be this big competition. The scope's genuinely mind-boggling, absolutely incredible. The way it's going to work is that every team in the group stage will have the exact same team. So we might all be FC Twente, for example. And then when we get through to the knockout rounds, there's going to be something slightly different so that we all get access to the same players, but we can then choose what type of players we want to fit our tactical style. So it's going to be really exciting. 1 game a week, and then that highlights package at the end of the week. So it's going to run through between late March all the way through till probably around May time. Should be something quite interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. And I think because with the backing of the KMVB, it means that there's a lot of support there as well, so that it should be able to run through its whole course. There will be a few non-Dutch creators, evidently. So Hood Gaming's going to be part of it. Sim Maggio's involved. Benicage is in there as well. As is Mats Yellestad, the wonderful the Mats of Mind, who you may have seen in chat here. We've raided out to a couple of times before. He was the Norwegian representative for the FIFA World Cup featuring Football Manager. So yeah, should be something kind of interesting, hopefully. So Mean Wolf says that he wants to go to training camp to Spain to train on drinking sangrias. I mean, the good news though, Mean Wolf, is you can train on that at home. And then when you go to Spain, you're already a professional at it. It'd be amazing. So let's have a massive... Wait, we beat Bayern. We did beat Bayern. Our form is dumb. So we started today with the game against Stuttgart. We beat Stuttgart. We beat Bayern. We lost to Hamburg. I mean, a little bit similar to our turnaround here. Like, loads and loads of good results, and then we lose 1-0 away to Hanover to an own goal. We ignore October and September and August. So Kwame says, short answer, there isn't an easy solution indeed. Just got to work out how to get the best out of yourself, which is much easier than trying to not to be shit at football. Indeed. Greedy saying, yes, worth clarifying, I was not trying to suggest alcohol was the solution, more just the importance of having the right team around you. Indeed, absolutely. The Quez says, yeah, like top athletes and mental advisors talk a lot about visualization. Google it. A fine idea. Absolutely fine idea. Dutch TikTok is called DickDoc. Possibly. I wouldn't make jokes about the Dutch language because then I put a target on my head for this competition, to be fair. Welcome in, Pandy, by the way. So tomorrow is Jazz Save, right? No, tomorrow is not Jazz Save. There are no streams on Saturday or Sunday. Monday evenings, Wednesday evenings, and Friday evenings are Darmstadt. And then when I'm free during the daytimes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we'll have the Jazz Save. I'm not going to be free next Tuesday daytime, but I will be on Thursday daytime. So the next Jazz Save will be then. I will have progressed the save by that point, just to be clear. This is going to be, the Jazz Save is going to be part of a YouTube series. And it's just a case of when I'm able to stream at the same time, I will. So like what Hood tried doing, very, very similar, Waigormi, a different format. So with the group stages and the knockout, essentially no player is playing more than like maybe 10 or 12 games or so. It does mean that the work that's going to be required for the highlight show is going to be quite intense, but I don't think they're going to be editing it down quite as much there. I expect they're going to grab the things and just watch through the highlights the game automatically generates and talk through them. But I don't know. We will see, because, you know, potentially having to go through 64 games in a week is one hell of an undertaking. Chris says, I kid you not, but a Norwegian politician managed to say titcock when he meant to say TikTok in the parliament. That is incredible. That is quite something. Right, 27th. It's not going to be open yet, but let's get some of these players transfer listed. So Mawsund is going to be transfer listed. 100%. His transfer value is 950. So let's see, how high is he willing for it to go? He's happy for it to go up to 1.8. I think that as we've got options before we even transfer listed him, I think we can ask for $1 million. Anton Guy. Transfer value at 4.2 isn't bad. Let's move that down to 4. That's still above his minimum. I think that should be maybe reasonable. Andre Brooks was the one that we messed with. We've seen him give the ball away in some very stupid situations up until now as well. It's not going to react well to being transfer listed. That's fine. Wouldn't be happy with his value. Okay, let's run at 16.75. What's the deal with Skitter? He's wanted by Nuremberg. Sorry, let's pop back there. Looking to generate funds. That is a lot to ask for. Transfer value's at 18. We signed him on a free. Let's just drop that down to 13, see if any more teams end up interested. And then Ellis Sims. His valuation at 3.4 seems... Move that up to 3.5. I like round numbers. Or, yeah, kind of round numbers. So did Match of the Delay finish? My algorithm stopped showing me something on it. Cocky Smash, it did indeed. So Hood Gaming released a video that he needed to take a break, and the requirement for planning and organising those highlight shows was a huge undertaking. So there are a lot of games that have been consigned to never be shown, including the games where I won. There weren't many of them. Over the whole thing, there weren't many games I won, but most of the ones that I won never saw the light of day, which is a shame. So Zerachul expects me to bend over and let Norway win. I imagine Zerachul, if I end up head to head against Mats, he's going to win without me helping him. To be fair. So Ladislav asks, why is Tosin on penalties? Because all of our penalty takers are rubbish. He's not. If we look through here, they reckon that he is the first, second, third, the 6th best penalty taker in the team. It's bold, but it's one of the things that we will be looking at when we go and try and sign players ourselves. Yeah, so Pandy, it was a classic to lose to Hamburg. Very much. So Crudmo's going to make jokes about the Dutch language even in Holifab's absence. That's fair. Anyone watch lots of Giovanni Quenda? I can't say I have. Brazilian Fury, Dutch language getting shit talked. Munu's senses are tingling somewhere. I mean, she does most of the shit talking, to be fair. Right, was there anyone else we wanted to transfer list? I think not. So we're going to need to see what comes in from that. We don't have much in the budget to work with. 10k per week in wages, 1.6 million transfer budget. So we do need to raise funds first. But let's get forwards to the point where we can look at approaching players. Sure, let's ask and just say, you're not part of my plans. I don't expect you to be happy with that. That's fine. I wanted to promote Heerkens as well. He's been promoted. And we will wait to recall. We will wait to recall these players until we've sold some of the others as well. Dyke Talk with all the best dykes. Indeed. No comment. Right, no worries. Thank you very much for popping in, Wygormy. Lovely to see you, my dude. So Jazz save NBA. If only it was the NBA meanwhile. That would be, if we could create NBA manager within FM manager, that would be something. Why would anyone willingly subject themselves to Utah? There's surely plenty of reasons to subject yourself to Utah. Like if you're... now are they... Is it the Mormons or the Amish? Is it the Mormons or the Amish that are in Utah? I always get confused. Let's confirm that selection. So I want to offer these guys out on the 29th. That's when teams are likely to bid, but before they start bidding on the window being opened or on free transfers. That's why I'm kind of like edging to that moment. Jazz is a music. It is a music indeed, Pandy. It's also the name of a basketball team. So winning Utah must be the away team. Yeah, it's definitely not Utah themselves winning. Cock Smash, the best part of my vacation there was finding out that the word for chicken is the word for cigarettes in German. Enjoyed a good cigarette soup that day. I mean, as a former smoker, I've enjoyed real cigarette soups, I'll be honest. You know, sometimes you get desperate, right? And whilst Crubbo had a friend who was on holiday in France, he was trying to chat up a Dutch girl. He said to her that Dutch was a bit like a mix of English and German. She slapped him. But he's right. He's absolutely right. I hope he had a couple of glasses beforehand, both for pain relief and to explain why he thought that was a good chat-up line. Oh yeah, it was a chat-up line, it's awful. But he's right. We've got Twente are interested. Let's say unavailable for loan. They're not that interested though. I would let you pay in halves. If there's only one team, I want to offer some sweeteners potentially. Right, a couple of teams interested in Mousehand. Not available for loan. They're not that interested though. Let's just push him down just underneath what his transfer value was allegedly. Loads of teams interested in Andre Brooks. Marvellous. Right. Not available for loan, firstly. Palace are interested. Norwich are interested, but might not have the money to... No. Yes, that's the right one. Al Sadd and Crystal Palace willing to offer big money for Brooks. Marvellous. Nathan Skitter. There's two teams interested in Skitter. That's hopefully good. Not that interested. In fact, that's chased one of those teams off. So we're asking big money for Skitter potentially. If we're looking at 13.5, so we're doing 6.5 there. 6.5 there. And then Sims. Heidenheim interested in regular transfer. Not yet though. I'll just see if dropping it down to 3 million would be fine there. waiting game now. A waiting game for those guys. It's Mormons in Utah. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Right, is there a basketball manager game? There is an online basketball manager game that's actually not too bad. A browser-based one. I can't remember what the link is. I'll see if I can dig it out and pop it in the Discord at some point. Yeah, because it's quite fun. A reasonable amount of depth. Obviously, not much in terms of the actual game itself. It is very much a general manager game. So, and we know this. Why? Asked Chris. Everyone knows that Utah and the Mormons, even if I couldn't remember. Jonas Thurn, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in to a very, very weird conversation. Lovely to have you in. If you want to let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM, that'd be great. But no obligation to chat if you don't want to. Mean Wolf, good that I didn't say that I'm Dutch. You've mentioned that you were Dutch before, Mean Wolf. I'm pretty certain you have. So Cameron says, Mormons. Watched some mental thing on Disney Plus the other night, and there's a family full of Mormons. Crobmo, you said the other night when you were saying buy an old fan. Yeah, exactly. It's information you never needed to know, but sometimes you do. Right, Crobmo says, Diese Nobel ist Pinilk. I'll go with that. I will absolutely go with that. Right, so Heston's in. Welcome in, Heston. How are you doing, sir? Draft Day Sports, name of the indie studio, had some decent management games at least a few years ago. College basketball, pro basketball, and some more. Awesome. So I'll pop that in that Mean Wolf. I will copy that over there. So Draft Day Sports is what Heston is recommending, and Heston would know. Heston would absolutely know. Right, so, okay. We have a little mystery minigame, redeemed by Blue Line. So let's head on over in a moment. What do we have left? We have... Okay, we've got just the one game left, in fact. We have the Journeyman. It's been a little while since we've played, and things have changed a little bit. So ignore the image in the bottom right. It is just there as a placeholder. So let's explain, if you guys haven't been here before, how the Journeyman works. And it has changed just a little bit. You're going to see the journey of a player marked on a map over the course of their career. You're going to see one club after the other. As you can kind of see on the example on screen there, you've got a little pin over, I'm guessing that looks like Slovenia. And then it goes up there, then it goes up there, then it goes up there, then it goes up there. That is a player's first 5 clubs in their career. Your job is to work out who that player is. Down in the bottom corner, you will see the years that they were at that club. You won't know who that club is. You've got to deduce that yourself. It's all going to occur on the same map. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. The more points you get, the higher up that lovely little leaderboard you are. So let's head on in and see what we've got going on. Clue number 1 is a player who is somewhere around there. Now, again, as I said, I'm not going to tell you whereabouts it is. It is there. So, Mean Wolf asks, what does Valderrama have with Bosnia? Absolutely nothing. As I mentioned right at the top, that's just a placeholder image. I thought it would be funny to have Valderrama's silhouette. So Kokus Melch was going Tahith Chong. I think that was before. I don't know if that was even before we revealed. That would be marvelous if it was right. That'd be incredible. Sadly not. So we have a player. I think we are at least very correct in identifying that we have a player who played for a club in Netherlands between 2013 and 2015. So we've got Eriksson's been suggested. A lovely guess that. Ladislav, our massive fans, gone for Robin. Quincy Promes. Fine guesses. De Jong, Dean Huysen, Frenkie de Jong again, Joris Matthijssen. They're all fabulous guesses. Very, very, very good guesses. Could it be Balázs Jušek? Could it be Coit? Now, what I will say is I think there are a few Ajax guesses in there. Now, it can be quite hard to discern whereabouts exactly in a country it is. But I can tell you that Amsterdam's a little bit more north than there in Netherlands. So could it be Coit? Coit was definitely playing before 2013-15. Striker de Jong. So right, so Cameron was going for Luc de Jong and then Frenkie de Jong. It's neither of those, I'm afraid. Justin Kluivert, Depay, Luc de Jong. It's got to be a Feyenoord guy, reckons Ladislav, our massive fan. It could be. It could be. It might not be. Let's move to the second clue. So our second clue takes us to there. Now, it would be really, really cruel if that second clue takes you to a place where there's loads and loads of clubs and it's really, really difficult to discern the difference. So Serachul's gone for Jordi Classy. A fine guess. Again, sadly, I think a little bit too late for Classy. So from 2015 to 2016, they've played there. Beforehand, it was 2013 to 2015, they played in spot number 1. So Graziano Pelle. So if that's supposed to be London, it's miles off, says Crodmo. Ladislav, our massive fan, has gone for Madueke. Ronaldo suggesting that it could be Vitesse to Chelsea. That sounds plausible. So could it be Marco van Ginkel? It's a fabulous guess. It's not Marco van Ginkel, I'm afraid. Virgil van Dijk, Graziano Pelle, Robin van Persie, another for Van Ginkel, Lucas Piazon, Dominic Solanke, Mason Mount, Karsdorp. All some fabulous guesses. Crodmo's gone for what's his name. It's not what's his name, I'm afraid. It's also sadly not Berghaus. It's not Arke. It's definitely not Matthias Kesman, I'm afraid. Too late for Fabian Wilness. So Crodmo reckons it's 30 miles off. Interesting. Colin Kazim Richards, Martson, Patrick Van Alveld, all fabulous guesses. Here is clue number 3. Clue number 3's back in Netherlands. So Graziano Pelle, Congolo, Kenneth Vermeer. Good guesses coming up here. Some good guesses coming up here. I don't know proper Chelsea loan army enough. So Cocky's Welsh thinks that Ronaldo is on the right lines with Vitesse to Chelsea. And it would make sense. Could it be Calvin Bassey? Did Calvin Bassey move from London to Netherlands in the 2016-2017 season? Could it be Dusan Tadic? Or Steven Bergwijn? Or Tim Krul? Joel Veltman? Riedeveld? Wim Jansen? Weghorst? Lewis Baker? All fabulous guesses. Could it be Marco Marin? Fred Friday? Who's Fred Friday? I love that name. I want to know Fred Friday. Is it Dusan Tadic? Hakim Ziyech? All fantastic guesses, but we're not right, I'm afraid. But sadly, we're not right. But there does feel like we've definitely got a good movement of clubs, generally speaking. Could it be Matt Miazga or Jeffrey Brumer? It's none of those. Let's move on. To the next clue. The next clue. Oh, we've gone south. So Crodmo is going for Doniel Mallon. Rich has gone for Vincent Janssen. Vincent Janssen's a fine guess. Sikoku's most thinks there might be Leon. That seems plausible. Could it be Ron Vlaar? Derachal asks. Could it be Tyrell Malacia? Could it be Memphis Depay? Could it? No, it can't. I'm afraid. There's more guesses coming in for Depay and Memphis. It isn't Memphis Depay, I'm afraid. Kevin Strootman's a fine guess. It's not Strootman. Is it Tete? Is it Szymanski? It's not Tete. It's not Szymanski either. Is it Ndombele? It's not Ndombele or Leroy Fer or Sofian Amrabat or Nemanja Matic. These are all very, very plausible guesses as well. Some fabulous work going on. It's a no-go. Clement Grenier. I'm loving the guesses, but we're not right so far, I'm afraid. Let's see the final clue. The final clue takes them back to the country of the second one. But it's not that fabulous as we haven't got it right. I think it's very fabulous. It's testing your knowledge really, really well, but you've all come up with some great suggestions. So we've now moved somewhere over there. Could it be Gael Katuka? It's not Gael Katuka. Could it be Bogard? Which Bogard are we going for? Are you going for definitely not going for Winston Bogard in 2020. Are you going for Miliro Bogard or Lamar Bogard? It's neither of those, I'm afraid. They wouldn't have been playing football back in 2013. Bless him, he's young, but that'd be cool. Is Idrissa Gueye? Why is Kosovo flooded? That's the map that Sports Interactive uses in FM. So because they wanted to flood it, I guess. Could it be Bertrand Traore or Tatarusanu or Didadadinha or Lons? Cockusmouse says Bertie Traore is a good shout. Ladis Amamasi says proper Chelsea. And I would say proper Villa. It is indeed Bertrand Traore. And a Slav Amasi fan, I said every Vitesse Chelsea player except Traore. Indeed you did. Indeed you did. Pretty much every single one. Sensational work, Crodmo. And the applause is very much deserved. Coming from Medical Car, coming from El Norby, coming from Blue Lions, coming from Kokusmelch, coming from Zerichel. I've now said the word coming far too much and I feel a little bit awkward. So Crodmo says she's afraid to say you use your Musterman knowledge to gain that point. Was that Musterman knowledge just being that I'm a Villa fan? GG's. Shrew, you opened the can right off the top, picking up on that Vitesse to Chelsea connection. Sensational work. Sensational work. Right, let's get back to doing some transfer malarkey. So I think from tomorrow, or the 30th, we can start offering those 6-month contracts. Sahung Damin, what is this game? Sahung Damin, that was the Journeyman. So the games command will just tell you about the games generally. The Journeyman, you get pins as to a journey of a player's career, and you guess what that player is. I knew as a Villa player, I knew you loved Traore in a sort of ironic cult hero kind of way, and that he played for Lyon. Okay, fair enough. Cockusmush, is Birmingham really that far west? Surprisingly. So when the way that I have to do this, right, is I will take Google Maps, I will take a screenshot of Google Maps, and then I will overlay it against the map from the scouting report. This map here, this is the Football Manager one, so that I can make sure that I get the pins as close as I can at that scale. So that is apparently as west as Birmingham is. I thought, Aston. I didn't realise it was that west, and I live in the UK. It's dumb, I know. Right, can we offer players contracts yet for the 6-month thing? Expiring in 6 months. 50. Oh, let's take that bit off. Yes, we can. Cool. So we can now work through some of these. Something that you've seen me do quite a lot is I like to sign players who've got 6 months remaining, and then do the buy now option to try and get some players relatively cheap that meet our criteria. So what I want, the main thing that I want, is a striker who's good in the air. And I'm not even going to mess around too much when it comes to the information here. We've got Jalal Abdullahi wins 69% of his headers. Ellis Sims has got up to 43%. And 40% is probably around that cut-off. That's good. We might push that up to 45%. Header 1 ratio. There aren't many of them. And let's do minutes. I wish that there was an option that was between 0 and 1,000, because having to click this every single time individually is a very, very tedious operation. We'll probably take this down to around 720 minutes, or the equivalent of 8 full games, because I don't want to take it down any lower than that for the sake of my sanity. So Birmingham is pretty big, to be fair. It is. It certainly is. Kokuk says, as someone who's never really looked at a British map, I'm more curious. I thought it was right in the middle. It's the name, the Midlands, is very, very, very misleading. Welcome in, John, sir. Welcome in. How are you, sir? How's your week been? Lovely to see you. Ladislav Amasi, with the pins, is it placed after one game played? So it's with this, they don't necessarily have to have played a game, but it is about their senior time there. So he was first at so it's senior clubs in chronological order. There may be times where we don't do their first 5 clubs, at which point I will say at the beginning of the round. It's also pretty central. England is quite thin compared to Deutschland. It is. Mean Wolf, wage of 220k. Yeah, Yusufa Moukoko is not one of our plans, that's for sure. Like Shrew says, or just a free text for all of these stats. Some of the thresholds are ludicrous. They are, aren't they? They are so frustrating. I think there's one which like only goes up in 10s, and you can't even go up or down on them. And like nobody's done more than 10 anyway. I can't remember what it is, but that is frustrating. There is one player whose contract's expiring that might meet the criteria. In fact, there are 6 players in total. There are some that aren't interested. Douglas was a player we looked at. Nordis is out on loan. So why isn't Douglas interested now? Let's look at Douglas again. Douglas lacked bravery and isn't in a league we've got loaded. I'm going to ask the agent. He is slightly interested. He would cost 12 million, as that's the release clause. We want a wage between 38 and 52. That's unlikely that we're going to go on that, but it is worth. Let's see. So slightly interested, unsure. Well, okay, that makes a little bit more sense there. Barris is available. He's only on 140k per week in Russia. We can immediately dismiss that. Tommy Conway in Serie B. Tommy Conway has scored 3 goals so far this season. That's a good sign. That is a good sign, eh? He should have scored 5.1. Should have more assists as well. So that's, the assist isn't on him. That's on the players finishing. He seems to be dropping deep and very involved. He seems to be playing out on the wing. In fact, he's got 3 goals from 5 games as a striker. We don't have much information on him, though. I'm not sure he feels like the kind of player that we're looking for there. What about Sekou Mara? Sekou Mara apparently might be worth 27 to 33 million and is on 62 grand a week, so that's a no. Ernest Diallo's out on loan, so that's not particularly useful to us. Thomas Bobchek. Who's Proper Borg? Which one of those is Proper Borg? Is that Sekou Mara you're considering as Proper Borg? That's what I was expecting from you more, Ladislav Amasi fan. The proper Slovak shout. Interceptions, I think. That sounds right. So Johnson's well after the Hanover result was 1-0 down until the 87th. Turned it around to a very deserved 2-1 win. 93 seconds between. Incredible. The best one is pressures and progressive passes where you can set the minimum to 2. That filters out practically no one in the roles that is important. Sagreevesy says you can try save some search filters. May save you some clicking. Indeed. Although, again, so it depends when you're looking. But yeah, absolutely. So Thomas Bobchek. He's playing in Poland. We've got the Polish leagues loaded. 21 games, 13 goals, 50% header win rate. This is all encouraging. Massively overperforming XG, getting into shooting positions. That's all kind of on board. Possession lost is pretty decent. Nothing particularly spectacular from a attribute standpoint. Lacks work rate, lacks determination, lacks agility, which is a little bit of a concern. Report suggests a few bad things there. Injury problems, adaptability issues. Career, I mean, he's been prolific. He wasn't loaded in until we moved clubs and loaded in more leagues. But 42 goals in 76 league games is not too shabby at all. Not sure he's the answer, but somebody's on 650k, available for 650k, you know, that's definitely affordable, that's for sure. Sekou Mara plays for Strasbourg in real life. Fair enough. His Thomas Bobchek's hair is a bit too short to be called a bob. He can grow into it. A Bobchek Almaty strike force equals Bundesliga win. Perhaps. Meanwhile, called David Hanko the Slovak Nemanja Vidic. A big fan of Leo Sauer as well. A small mistake on my behalf, I have to be clear about them. The Feyenoord video that was out on the YouTube channel, I forgot to include one of my jokes, which is only available in the Director's Cut version, which is just changing the face image for Leo Sauer to a very, very specifically British 70s reference. So you were praying for a Hanko masterclass in Moneyball Clinic. He was our best offender by far. So Asula, playing in America. We don't have that league loaded. Hasn't been prolific, that's for sure. But our target forwards don't need to be prolific. He's not creating, though. We don't have full information on his attributes. His contract expires tomorrow, though. It's kind of an attractive proposition. I don't think he's good enough. Which means that we're probably looking at only Thomas Bobchek currently. Let's move that down. 40 was what we said originally, and that does open things up a little bit. Petter Musa's interesting. Petter Musa is definitely interesting. I have a 58k a week. He's a little bit less interesting now. So Johnson asks, what was your opinion on the England squad? I'm finding it funny that Tuchel has just only selected his first squad. It seems like the whole nation's in meltdown. It's underwhelming. The meltdown is kind of par for the course, let's be fair. You're never going to make people happy. And he definitely hasn't made people happy. So Jerdany Jongman is not in an active league. He's doing okay in the not very active league. He's brave. Finn Dworshak. Ooh. He's not in an active league either, is he? He's not. He was out on loan at Nuremberg, where he scored 0 goals, but only started 3 games. At Eintracht Braunschweig, he started 26, scored 8. That's the 28-29 season, so that's going to be 2 seasons ago. He's currently 21. The reason I went ooh was because of his traits. Tries killer balls often. I like the idea of a deep line forward that is creative. But these stats essentially mean nothing in a non-real league. So let's see there. No major concerns about him. He seems to be quite a cheap price. The wages are a concern. Let's just keep an eye on him. Because if we don't seem to have many good options out there at the moment, so maybe we'd end up having to rely on something like that. Sidney van Hooijdonk is a possibility. Petter Musa is definitely a possibility. Sorry, let's have a look there. You make me feel like dancing. Llama, we're going to dance the night away. We are going to dance the night away. You make me feel... It's too high. I can't do that in falsetto. You make me feel like dancing. Dance the night away. You make me feel like dancing. Definitely can't hit those. God, I'm so sorry to your ears. I'm so very, very sorry for your ears there. So Cocker Smash says, if he was loaded in later, there's also some gamey info from that. Indeed, that is considered good enough. Is quite significant. Cromo says, someone just sent me a video of a girl playing System of a Down riffs on a hurdy-gurdy. That's 2 minutes of my life I'm never getting back. You gotta love some hurdy-gurdy. Gotta love some hurdy-gurdy. So Peter Musa is currently at Feyenoord. He's not a starter. Hasn't been a starter essentially since his first season. So he was signed for 8 million euros. He scored 14 goals in 27 games. And then got frozen out. Was okay at Dallas. In the limited game time he's had so far, so 720, that's the equivalent of 8 games. 5 goals is pretty good. 1 assist is pretty underwhelming. He's not getting into shooting positions, but when he is, they're good quality chances. 43% header win rate's okay. Kind of fits the brief. I am worried about his wages. But potentially, if he's a player that will only cost us 1 million to sign, or nothing to sign, yeah, we will add him. Walter Marder. What about Walter Marder? Right, sorry, I do miss a bit there. The Cafés, if it's at all feasible, it would have been cool if you challenged someone to do a Moneyball clinic on the same club as you. That's a good idea. It's a good idea indeed. I suppose the difficulty is having people that would be able to maybe the cult of. I mean, it's not really a Moneyball clinic if the other person isn't doing the Moneyball kind of thing. But it would be interesting to certainly see against someone just doing a normal rebuild as well, potentially. Most Dutch surname, most German we're going through. There are a lot of very, very stereotypical surnames. So Walter Marder, his wages are massive as well. 62k, that's 4k more than Musa. He has scored against us. That's a main reason why he pops up in my head. Headers 1, good. Outscoring his XG's good. Kind of reasonable at getting in shooting positions. A deep lying forward that likes to try to beat offside trap. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for someone to beat the offside trap, to be fair. Sydney Van Hooijdonk we looked at last season. We decided to go with Jalal Abdoulaye. Now, Jalal Abdoulaye has scored like 11 or 12 goals this season, which is pretty encouraging. 69% header win rate, which is great. He wins headers, decent rate, good shot accuracy. Not getting many shots. Likes to try to beat offside trap. Isn't necessarily what we're looking for in that regard. We're looking for that deep lying forward kind of target forward mould. Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Can we... How is Ernest Diallo... Okay, no, it's not that good. Moimir Chittle. Moimir Chittle's 31. He's not quite a 35-year-old, but he's an older striker. That works for something. 6 goals in 17 games isn't particularly great. Was scoring for fun in the Czech League. Not that great last season. Wins 43% of his headers. Just about outperforms his XG. 0.38 to 0.34. Yeah, I don't think someone who's not tearing up Serie B is going to be the option that we're looking for. So Rich Sun says, in 6 months I've sold 11 players from Malmo. The old men are gone. No. All right, so we've got some more hurdy-gurdy going on. There we go. Tommy, there's a fan of Tommy Conway, is there? Of course there would be, Cameron. That's fair enough. Yeah, we need more scouting on him, but 3 goals in 18 in Serie B probably not going to be our choice. It's clearly an adult website. It says x.com. Absolutely. Walter Marder is 6'6" and he likes to beat the offside trap. It's interesting. Brazilian Fury's a Muster Moneyball believer. Without a train. Could there be a Muster Moneyball I'm a believer crossover somewhere along the lines? Maybe. Who knows? Man United Moneyball when... Shut up, Grodmo. Shut up. Right, Maximilian Entrup is someone we looked at last season as well, I think. Playing in the Austrian Bundesliga. 44%, just about beats his XG. It's creating for others, which is great. We've lost scouting information on him. Interesting. Right, let's get some more scouting information on him there. And then Errol Olka, can he make the step up from the third division? He'd have to be scoring like 500 goals for us to consider that as for a starting player. We're looking for someone that's actually, well, I say they're going to be a starter. They're going to be a rotation player is what we're looking for. But they need to be amazing to make that step up. It's essentially what we're going for. Let's have a look at players that would be interested in loans. In fact, yeah, let's do that. Let's go players that haven't got game time that might be willing to join us. So let's go. Height is at least 6'1". Transfer listed players. Kiki Top. Sorry, I should be looking at players in good leagues as well. So Bilal Brustelins, 6'2", 24 years old. His last proper competitive football came. He's just made a couple of substitute appearances here and there. Probably isn't our answer. Nothing stands out to me there. Joel Montero played 500 minutes, won 48% of his headers. Runs with ball through the centre. That's not what I'm looking for. Arthur Cabral, perhaps. Lestri's in. Good morning, sir. Welcome on in. How are you? Brazilian Few says Ponce's value is basically like 10 times the original amount we paid for him nowadays, if I remember. What a player Ponce is. So any meltdowns today? Not yet. But Crodmo is poking that bear, which is fine. Meanwhile, says if you buy Sidney Van Hooijdonk, you get his father for 3. I'd be quite happy with Pierre Van Hooijdonk as our striker. He old target man, fits the brief, right? I think it fits the brief. Celestria, I think you need to play 4-2-2-2 with 2 AMs for the rest of the season. Indeed. High defense line, high press, all out pressing intensity. Let's run at defense. Let's play a very, very, very narrow. We'll do it all. We will do it all. Shut up, Crodmo. Indeed. Zenergy, I wish Musterman would watch that X video and put it on stream. Submit everyone to the amazingness of it. Oh, it's such a pain. Tough. I need to. I don't want to get caught out broadcasting something I shouldn't. I trust you. I trust you, Zenergy, but also I can't put myself in that risky position. Even if it is you in costume. Drew's in. Welcome in, my dude. I'm very good. How are you? Musterman cosplay when? This is cosplay. I'm pretending to be a real human. Cabral likes to do overhead kicks. That's something. 5 goals from 7 starts when he joined Real Betis. Otherwise, he's been on the fringes when he's played for Benfica. 11 and 21, 8 and 16, 5 and 11. So he's been around a 1 and 2 striker when he's played. 31 years old. Doesn't have anything that he stands out in. And so if we don't have performance data to go on, I'm a little bit reserved in that regard. And same, if these are players that are being transfer listed in lower divisions, we can not really pay any attention to that. How about loan players? None of them fill me with glee. So these are going to be players that ultimately will need scouting, which is not the most ideal situation. I think I could also consider complete forwards. Some of these guys we've already dismissed in the past, which is great. So we've dismissed Bailey Cadamarteri in the past. I can remove him with ease. We've dismissed Owen Gardner in the past. Not familiar with Dominique Bell, I don't think. So Dominique Bell, 2 goals in 800 minutes for Lyon. Isn't great. He did well for Lyon's reserves. Doesn't really seem to fit the bill there. We'll pass him off. Stefan Kirsten. So Cockroach Smash, after they spent a ridiculous amount this season, it could be interesting to see if you could have the success of Birmingham FC with Moneyball. Yeah, that seems a fair shout. I'd have to like wash my hands afterwards. That would be cruel. That would be cruel. Oh, pardon me. So G&G just beat Rangers to a goalkeeper and did a fist pump celebration like prime Tim Henman. Amazing. Love to see that. Finn Scott, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Any tips for using the skin in non-league? It's exactly the same way you play as in any other league. So focus on what you want to do tactically, what you want a player in that position to do in possession, out of possession, in transition, what metrics show those, and search using that. When it comes to not having performance data, like we're dealing with here, with some of these, use attributes. Just because they're within a range and you've got less detailed information, doesn't mean that you can't look at a player and go, wow, he is good at passing. Maybe that's the only thing he's good at, but that's a good sign at lower league level that he's probably going to be a midfielder for you. Because if a player can be good at passing, that's all you need, right? Right, Stefan Kirsten. We've got recommendation on him. Does that mean we've got him fully scouted? We've got extensive knowledge. Might not be adaptable. That could be an issue. Jumping. Never played for Man United. Maybe isn't that good. He's got the kind of the where I don't have information to performance information to go on. He's got transfer information. I wonder if he'd be available on loan, because we're not paying 32 million for a player, that's for sure. Damien Pizarro, currently at Toronto, 6'1". Not an active league, but still there are good signs that he can win his headers, that he can score above his XG. Chilean international, 17 goals in 110 for Nantes. All of these seasons look like he was on the fringes. Just moved to Toronto though. Probably not going to be easy to get hold of, so I probably pass that one up. So medical cars. I was just saying lol, sorry, yeah. Zenji, of course, Musterman, I can fully understand that. It's good. Drew's all good, brilliant. I've been struggling to make a save stick, as I often do, but may have something going with Auxerre now. That sounds promising. Lester, you had the girls I coach final cricket game of the season last night. We beat the team who, if they won, would win the league. Proud of them being party poopers. Oh my, that's gonna make you go, that team, yeah, you'll be popular. You will be very, very popular for sure. Well, for the team that did eventually go on to win. 27% headers won. Bruno Mazza is not a consideration. Juan Carlos Cotto. He wins his headers, 42%. Just about performs around 60. Is creative. Those things are good. Been playing as a striker. 4 goals in 11 isn't awful. 11 goals and 35. I like the look of Koto. His valuation might end up being on the high side. So let's get some more scouting on him. Alberto Vidal. 34% header win rate. Too low. Alexander Murillo. 43% is good. A league that we have active. Scores on his XG. Creates. Dribbles. Does a lot of things. Is playing as a striker. Again, perhaps on the expensive side. Double figure goals last season. Experience in Germany. He could be an option. He's looking like a very interesting option as far as I'm concerned. There. Let's look at the same, but for players who are going to be end of contract. Target forwards, complete forwards. Cuomo says, don't you dare dismiss Bailey Cadamartri, son of proper toffees. He's a perfectly fine player, just not what we're looking for. Just not what we're looking for. Mean Wolf, is it possible to check how Schalke's finances are in the game? It isn't, I'm afraid, Mean Wolf. The only information I will have is that their finances are rich. I don't surface that information on the skin because it's not the kind of information I'd have available about another team. So that's all I can tell you is they're still rich. Bastards. Gasparini. Gasparini's 5'10", not playing any games. I strongly doubt that he's what I'm looking for. D'Antoni's 5'11". I don't believe that he's what I'm looking for either. It's harsh to treat it like that way. How about Javier Ribas? Currently playing for Real Sociedad B. He's never played a proper senior game in his life. That's what we're going to find, though, isn't it, with players available on loan? So Kiki Top. This isn't loan, is this? This is end of contract. Kiki Top is 6'5", runs with ball, knocks ball past opponent. That's not the things we're looking for. Nathan Lowe is, we don't know much about him. He's 6'5". He scored in League One, has scored 4 goals in the Championship. All of these goals playing. I just don't get the feeling for Lowe. I just don't get the feeling. Oh, I do apologise. There is a player lookup. It's a player lookup from Ladislav Armasi fan. Thank you very much. Let's do that one first, and then I'll get to Chris Rigg as well. So, Genesis Antwi is currently playing for Gefler. He is not playing for Gefler. It's the end of their season, isn't it? 30th of December. So we won't know anything about his attributes. Right back is all we know. His career has not gone too well. He moved on a free transfer to Reading in the Championship. Played 1 game. Played 0 games. Played 2 games. Played 0 games. Then moved to Sweden. He started to get some starts there. 10 starts, 4 substitution appearances. Pretty decent performance. Then they got relegated to Division 1. Which is the 2nd division. He started to start a lot more. So he's currently in the it's not the 2nd, it's the 3rd division. Superettan's the 2nd division. Allsvenskan is the top division. So currently playing in 3rd division Sweden. So not going all too well for him, I'm afraid. Right. Chris Rigg is currently at Brighton. That's going a little bit better for him, although he's not really part of the team at the moment. Just 12 minutes played. So his first season with Sunderland, mainly used off the bench. Same for the 2nd season. Then became a significant rotation piece in the 3rd season. 2 goals, 2 assists, a bit underwhelming. Got a big money move, well, a medium-sized money move to Brighton. They sent him out on loan to Bolton. Another 2 goal, 2 assist season. And then been on the fringes since, unfortunately. Boom. Boom. So Finn Scott says less scouting though, so hard to find data. So you still work with the players that you can scout, still filter through that way, which is absolutely fine. As I said, we started, it's not the lowest division out there, but we started with IFK Mariaham with this career 8 seasons ago, with zero. We couldn't afford scouts, so we basically had the very, very least that we could work with. And you can see through the VODs over on YouTube if you like, that going through and assessing was, it can be a little bit slow, but if you want to play that play style, that's kind of going to be the case. And we've currently got a save running as well separately with Trento in Serie C. And we're going to be using some of those same principles, working out what we can from though. You can still make assessments based on players' attributes. You can still make assessments on the people that are playing games from their statistical output. Right, Marvin Pieringa, 31 years old. That's always encouraging. He's made 7 appearances, scored 3 goals, so he's scoring at a decent rate. Header win under what I'm looking for. Pietro Rolando. Right, I have an issue with Pietro Rolando. I have a massive issue with Pietro Rolando. To such an extent that I want to offer him a contract and let him sit and rot in our reserves. It's a consideration. There's definitely a consideration. Celestri, are we scouting for big boys up front? Absolutely. Musterman is an incel's worst nightmare. Swiping left to men below 6 feet. Exactly. Are we or aren't we? I see what you did there, Night and Knee. Beautiful stuff. Right, okay, so Antwi made his debut for Chelsea yesterday. Awesome. Thank you for the hydrate, Leslie. Rich says, dreadful AI development. Chris Riggin, FM24, has a PA range that is high, if I remember correct, -8, which can go to 170. I developed him properly and he became a really good player. I mean, there's also, though, the element that if he's a -8, he could also roll a 140. Which should still be okay, but if it makes sense that they've assessed him and gone, actually we don't think he's going to break through, and so he gets less game time. Trento Placenta, indeed. Who? Where did that come from, Quadmo? Where did that come from? If only someone had sent you a WhatsApp suggesting that might be what we could subtitle the series. So why do I hate him so much? Story time. Well, it's not that much of a story, to be fair. Let's head on over. It's not the 2024 season. Not the 2024 season where we finished 4th. Not the 2025 season where we finished 7th. Let's head on over to the 2026 season where we won our first championship. We played 27 games, won 16, drew 10, and lost 1. Pietro Rolando was part of the Ilves team in 2026. The fact that I remember the regen that played maybe, because he's only there on loan, played maybe just 1 game against us all season. Tells you everything you need to know. He does win his headers. He does score above his XG. He is currently in Serie B. It's an active league. He's generally scored goals whenever he's got the chance. He can head. He can hold the ball up with his strength. Potentially. We're going to scout him. He might well be an option. Ronaldo redemption arc. Trust the protest. Quite possibly. That is what you call bitter. I mean, you've just got to remember. You've got to remember these things. You've got to remember these things. Right, there's a name to spell. Thank you very much, Brazilian. Let's look up Jetinovic. Currently playing for AZ Alkmaar. He is playing for them as well. So, current state of play. Looks like a centre-back. Is a centre-back. He's winning 72% of his tackles. Bit on the low side. 58% of his headers. Very much on the low side. He's on the ball a lot. And subsequently gives the ball away a lot because he's on there. But really progressive. Crazy progressive. Dribbles occasionally as well. Seems to be doing kind of okay. Now 27 years old. He started his career. He started his career here at Ingolstadt. Moved up to the sort of Weiter Bundesliga with him. Got a move to RB Leipzig, who then loaned him out. Okay at Paderborn. Decent spell there at Fortuna Düsseldorf as well. Then to Toulouse, where he's used a bit more sparingly. Became a regular starter for Fortuna Düsseldorf though. That's, a player that's getting regular starting minutes and then sold for just 4.8 million euros to AZ. First season seemed solid enough. Second season, probably on target for one of his best seasons in terms of an average rating. You can't count the game with the season with just one game for a team. But yeah, some concerns there. Some concerns there. So Crodmo wants us to sign Rolando Pia. We might do. To break him. We're scouting him for genuine reasons, to be fair. So Rich says, it's AI managed development. In the retro databases, Man United's class of 92 have a fixed PA. They mostly do not reach anywhere near their potential. Fair enough. Right, Jorba Vertussen. Jorba Vertussen is 5'9" and wins 25% of his headers. Not the player we want. So hopefully, one of these guys... Oh, Simon Suso and Takashi Iwata should have been off that list a long time ago. 7 players potentially. Oh, recruitment focus. Have they completed the one for big boys? They come through with just one option. Is there a restart? Yeah. That will restart it, won't it? Yes. So who were the 2 near matches? Carlos Galvez failed the current ability check. Not scoring goals will certainly contribute to that. And Miguel Bovy in Portugal. Tries killer balls. Does like to dribble perhaps a bit too much for what I'm looking for. Wins only 17% of his headers. Yeah, okay, we can pass over that one as well. So the other thing I'd want is obviously that replacement for Brooks. We're letting him go. So we'd say accomplished there and accomplished at midfielder centre. I want a player that can essentially do both. And I am looking at tackle completion. Now, Brooks' tackle completion is 78%. Hoves is much lower from what I recall. 63%. Split the difference, and we're looking at about 70%. No, I want to replace Brooks, don't I? So, okay, we want, let's say 75% there. 10 pressures. 2 dribbles is going to be a tough ask. 0.21 expected assists for sure. 10, 75, 0.2. 10, 75, 0.2. 10, 0.2. 10, 0.2. 10, 0.2. 10, 0.2. 10, 0.2. 10, 0.2. Can you tell that I'm not confident that I will remember? 10 and 0.2. There we go. So here are some options who are of questionable interest. David Fratesi would be amazing. David Fratesi would be. We can't afford him. There is absolutely zero hope of us affording him. But that would be something. Right, so let's have our massive fans going to bed now for the early morning of F1. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for the advice. Thank you very much for dropping by. Let us have our massive fan. And yes, F1 this weekend. Awesome. Really looking forward to it. So benefit for Leicester is it's in Melbourne. It's got to be the first few races of the season are all at pretty good times for you, aren't they, Lou? Right, okay. We have a player look up for Aaron Zentner. Let's have a look here. Aaron Zentner, currently playing for Freiburg, now 26 years old. He is starting. He's starting regularly. He is starting regularly. I assume he's playing as a left back. He is indeed. Kind of progressive on the ball a lot, a crazy amount, which means his possession loss numbers are quite impressive. Quite active at winning the ball back as well. Very nice, very tidy player. Doesn't really offer much going forwards, but if you've got someone who can be a strong defensive presence, and that fits in, that seems reasonable. Not a bad price either. So let's have a look at his career here. He went from Paderborn, to evidently he's gone from Augsburg to Paderborn there. Spent a few years down in the Zweite Bundesliga with Paderborn. Got a €4 million move to Eindhoven, where he mainly played in their reserves. And then was sold to Freiburg 2 seasons ago. Well, pardon me, 2.5 seasons ago. A fringe player in that first season, 6 starts. 2 starts the following season. And then he's starting to get a lot more starts this season. 11 and 7. Not a bad little player. Right. We've got a break coming up. And that means that I need to go pee, refill my drink, and have a vape. So I'm going to see you guys in about 3, maybe 4 minutes. Right, welcome back. Leicester, the other two are night races, are they? I'm sure that they were. I saw the first three races of the season all kind of start within like the same 2-hour window. Like I think the Australia race is a 5 a.m. start for us here. I think the next two are like a 3 a.m. and a 4 a.m. start. I may be completely wrong with that. I might be completely wrong. So I'd assume that if they were, they'd be good times for you to watch, potentially. So Cocker Smash, fair enough. It's good to see him become a Bundesliga player. Yeah, Zentner looks like a really good player. If we needed left backs, I'd probably be going for him. Quadmo says, don't combine those activities. What activities? What have I missed? Oh, toilet and vaping. Why not? Could be good. It could be a good way of cutting down on the admin. We'll call it. Let's call it admin. So Rich says, in non-FM world, it's the opposite with Uric. Absolutely, he's a cracking player. Been absolutely fantastic, or at least started the season very well. You said you're going to refill your drink and pee. Fair. Yeah, I definitely don't want to combine those. Mr. Echo, we are indeed still live. I imagine we'll probably be going for maybe like another half hour or so, realistically. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, though. China and Japan had my head. It was Bahrain and Saudi. There we go. It's rare I'm right. What tends to happen with me is that I watch the Australia Grand Prix. I then decide that I don't want to wake up for the next couple of Grand Prix. And then I end up missing like the first quarter of the season, maybe the first third of the season. By which point, Max Verstappen is 400 points ahead and it's no longer competitive. So hopefully it's going to be different this year. Matro Sender King, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Sorry for not catching that later. Mr. Echo, good. I'm always chill here, even if we concede a 90th minute plus equaliser. It's not going to happen, because at least the next couple of games are going to be friendlies. So I'll have thrown the monitor off into the wall if that happens long before then. David Fratesi is the kind of player I really like. Not in an active league, evidently. Earns 75 grand a week. We don't have a full picture, but I'm going to scout him anyway. Because that would be one hell of a marquee signing. I'm looking through the rest of these players as well. Portuguese 3rd Division, Portuguese 2nd Division, not particularly keen on that. Pierre Ekwa, transfer value likely to be above 26 million. That's not going to happen. Montero's a striker. Pavlovic, maybe. He's currently playing in the Zweite Bundesliga. Not particularly safe on the ball. Good all round. Let's keep an eye on Pavlovic. That would be a good cheap replacement for Brooks. That's more realistic than Fratesi. But I'm still gonna be scouting Fratesi regardless. And Bamba, obviously we sold him because he wasn't quite the right fit for what we look to do. Alabi. Bamba-esque traits. Heynen can't get game time in Serie B, so yeah, we'll pass on that as well. What about players that aren't interested in transfers? Is it just Santiago Nevada? Why isn't Nevada interested? Massive wages, so that's unlikely anyway. Hasn't signed a contract recently. Just doesn't want to leave Mexico. Fair enough. So at least we've got a couple. Well, we've got one realistic option potentially, and we've got Hirken, who we've promoted to the team. So we'll see how things go from there, and let's crack on from there. So let's see. Max just wants it more. That is some match of the day quality analysis. FMG&G. Quadmo would like to see me throw the monitor into the wall on live stream. I mean, yeah, sure. Let's go for it. Right, Lestri has redeemed a lookup. So Fel B, hey mate, could you look up Nacho for Ferrari? So Fel B over on YouTube. Unfortunately, the player lookups are a redeemable feature over on Twitch. So if you want to, you will need to come over to Twitch. And it also does take a little bit of time to build up those points. I don't think it's particularly expensive, is it? It's 1,500. So it does take a little while, I'm afraid. But we put this in place because otherwise it does slow things down massively if we're constantly looking things up. Like we are, as Leicester has just redeemed for Jordan Boss, the Westerlo left back. He's in... Do we not have Belgium loaded? I thought we had Belgium loaded. Maybe we don't. So, starts this. He's been at Westerlo all this time. Regularly starting. Had a down season in 26-27. Maybe that's an injury. Generally speaking, being pretty solid. The last couple of years, absolutely tearing it up. 7.39, 7.06. That is 12 goals and 18 assists so far. Yeah, it looks like we don't have full detail there. So we don't know much about positions there. That's all going to be misleading because we have nothing to scout him on. But 46 caps now for Australia. Looks like he's doing a pretty decent job. Okay, so that season, the 7.39, they did get relegated to the Challenger Pro League. So they have had a couple of down years in that time. But yeah, seems to be doing all right. Yeah, we don't have the Jupiter Pro League loaded. And subsequently, that's for a team that doesn't have anyone. Oh, we were looking at Friggin last year. He didn't come up because... Oh no, I was looking at Friggin for Bayern. He's 6'1". Let's scout him. Whilst we're by this way. So Mr. Echo, I hope you get audience and support you deserve in numbers because you're awesome in what you're doing. Monotonic tone, nice mood, kind eyes and so on. Bless you very kindly. Very kind. I know what he means. He's a very, very good player. He is indeed. I take it the future of Australia left backs, I get, at least. There's a couple of cracking players coming through from Australia, to be fair. Right, there's the bids. He wants to join Crystal Palace. So let's take Al Saad. Push it up to 20. Okay, that's fair enough. We will just accept the Crystal Palace offer. Nice and straightforward. Yeah. Crudmo gets away with winding me up a lot more than everyone else does. Cameron says, I thought to myself, this is a very long smoke. As I scrolled through the forums, the stream froze. Fair enough. I mean, it's now it's like 10 PM. It's reasonable to go for slightly longer smoke, but no, that's not the case, thankfully. So the sale of Brooks is pretty much going to fund what we look to do from here. Jelicic, New Zealand Footballer of the Year, struggled to get into the team. 4 assists, all of them are in the Conference League. No goals. So far, he's been a disappointment for the 7.75 million outlay. But yeah, Oceania Footballer of the Year, mainly for his time at Brest. Liberato Cachace in second. Nando Pinnaker in third. Jelicic wins Ligue 2 Player of the Year as well. Hasn't been there for 6 months. That's how good he is. Yeah, I'm ignoring you guys. Thank you very much for raising that to me, though. Enthusiastic shalalaz. Absolutely. Jalalalalalalalal. Abdullahi. Jalal Abdullahi. Jalal Abdullahi. Stefanov picks up an injury. That's fine. I love the shalalalalaz monotone. Still makes me laugh. There is passion and there are harmonies there, man. There are harmonies. There's you hurt me. You go straight to the heart, man. Straight to the heart. No, it's all good. All good. So then you watched Energy's video from earlier and your brain is still damaged. I will have to check that out before we go. Absolutely. In fact, I was meant to check it whilst I was on the break, because that way I can screen stuff a little bit. So there we go. Let's get that up and pause that. Oh god, that already looks horrendous. Wow. An extra 200,000 euros into our wage budget. Granted, and an extra 50k a week, but yeah, it's not worth making promises for so little in return. Adam, when did Owen Wilson take over the stream? Oh, I did that for you, Adam. I did that for you. And then it's again all good. Right, what position? I'm not going to answer those questions. We can hopefully, we don't need to write. Oh yeah, do we need to register Hirkins? Hirkins is already registered, that's fine. It's just Brooks that we've had the bids for so far. We offered out Guy, didn't we? We have, yeah, offered out's already on there. We offered out Mousehund. Did we offer out Skitter? Yep. And Sims. I definitely remember offering out Sims, so it's just waiting for some responses back, hopefully. So Stelza40, hi, I love your YouTube. Welcome on in, Stelza. Thank you very much for dropping by. So yes, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you kindly. And yes, we do Twitch as well, and Beard. I mean, I don't. The beard is very wiry. Let's face it. And there is a chance. So I probably should have mentioned this earlier on in the stream whilst we were in the Musterman prime time, as it were. So April the 11th to April the 13th, I'm going to be taking part in some charity streams for a charity called I know them so well that I definitely remember the name. Is it Game? So the event is called Gamers for Giving. The charity is Gamers Outreach. Now, Gamers Outreach are a North American charity who focus on providing access to video games for children in hospital. Because when children are in hospital, you know, it's a very scary and isolating place. It gives them an opportunity to express themselves, to relax, to socialize. So they provide things like trolley carts that have games consoles on them and various other ways that people can get involved in video games one way or another whilst they're in hospital. So that's going to be the 11th, 13th, and I can get involved as much or as little as I want. So I was thinking of streaming as much as possible all 3 of those days, doing a kind of like revisiting the kind of the not the World Cup thing that we did over the festive period. There is a vote currently out in our Discord, which is about what we actually do during those 3 days. So whether we do a set thing that covers all 3 of those days, or whether we do something separate each of those days, or even break down the days further and essentially break it up into like 6-hour sections. Now, part of that means that there's probably going to be various things that we tie to the fundraising, so that if certain funds are met, whether that's a total amount or we do individual things as well, to encourage donating to the charity. And one of them might be where the beard goes. That might be where the opportunity for the beard coming off happens on stream. I refuse to do it for subs, but when it comes to something maybe a little bit more significant in the world, it's certainly something I'd be willing to consider. Now, there are also things that we're probably going to need to use the pre-game editor to set up some of the games, and we'll have opportunities for people to be part of those saves as players in FM, and various other things that still need to be worked out. So clip this bit, then the charity can use Musterman speaking so eloquently about their charity as part of their publicity campaigns. Yeah. Here's someone trying to do something good in the world, and you're like, yeah, look at that, he stumbled over his words. You're a meanie. You're a meanie. You know I don't mean that. Right, we just go with the full strength squad. I think we just go with the full strength squad, and we're going to change them all at half time anyway. These are our friendlies before the season starts back up again. So this isn't a particularly important game in any stretch of the imagination. It's just about getting players fresh. We will get to a point where we make all our subs in the second half, and we will instant result the rest of the game. So Cromwell asks, who would be so stupid and narcissistic to put themselves into FM as a player? We've all done it. We have all done it. Let's be honest. Adam, not going to lie, you weren't paying attention. No need to, no shame in that whatsoever. I'd zone out too. Also love that you've become the stream's official clipper. I would like you to zone out as much as possible, in fact, because you're the stream's official clipper. And the less incriminating evidence that might find its way into the kept annals of history, the better. We're totally the audience Mustard deserves. Indeed. Pro streamer, pro audience. So yeah, Crudbro doesn't watch it either. He doesn't. I have to give him a rundown afterwards. So Mr. Echo, I have not done it. Only thing I want is a sun regen, but it never happened. That's a shame. I haven't had it happen either, I'll be honest. And same thing. I've been playing this game for like 30 years. Oh my, Parksy UK, thank you. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. Let me say hello, because the game that's going on in the background is just a friendly match anyway in our mid-season. Welcome on in. Firstly, how was your stream? Well, I'll be honest, I don't know what you've got going on, so who are you currently in charge with? What season you in? How's it going? I would love to hear from you. Fantastic. I'm MustermannFM. We are currently in season 8 of a save that started in Finland. We spent 4 years with IFK Mariehamn before joining Darmstadt, and we're now in the 4th season with them. We are currently at the winter break. So we've got a couple of friendly games just before we get back into the main season. We've spent a lot of today's stream looking at pizza charts, looking at how players performed over the course of the season so far, identifying who we're going to try and sell, and looking at for some transfer targets. So it's been a very, very admin heavy stream. So welcome on in. We finally got to some game time. So I really do appreciate you guys dropping by. If you're, raiding and dashing, but you'd like to see more, maybe every now and then, I do stream like 3 days a week. Do consider leaving a follow. It'd be very much appreciated. So Parksy, had a great stream, thanks. We've started a Glory Hunter network save. Interesting. You're with Benfica. Season 1 currently top, so going well. The save sounds ace. Thank you for explaining. So you said it's a Glory Hunter network save. How many guys are involved in this? Is it like just 1 or 2, or have you gone like really, really big with this? Are you all in Portugal? If not, what drew you to Benfica? A chance perhaps to end the Benfica curse. Sounds fun. If this is currently, is that 2-0 or 3-0? It's 2-0 against L'Hospitalet. Not exactly a hard game, but for some reason they decided we are going to have our training camp in Spain. So these are all senior players at the moment, playing against non-league players. It's a little bit unfair, and realistically, winning only 2-0 is kind of embarrassing. So it's just the 2 of us. It's really hard to network with a few people for availability. Indeed, that's kind of why the next question was going to be, if it was more than two of you, how on earth do you do it? So the other lad is in Italy with Atlanta. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so what was the What was the inspiration behind the teams you chose? Why did you want different divisions? Absolutely awesome. My word, even against L'Hospitalet, we score under our XG. I mean, we've even given some momentum, which isn't necessarily a great sign. Pazarek now with the throw-in to Nürnberger. Poor pass from Pazarek. It's okay. They do badly as well. Here's Linson. Linson with the save. Then 1 moment. I do have Crodmo messaging me. Let's see what on earth is going there. Oh right, okay. Yeah, I can actually answer that one. Without wanting to put anyone on the spot. So, for those that might have noticed, a little while back, I added a number of viewers on as VIPs. Those of you guys who have come into every stream, I just thought it was a really nice opportunity just to say, hey, you're seen, you're appreciated, and I will be adding and trying to make use of those as much as I can. Just a chance. Now, if you haven't been added as a VIP, that doesn't mean you're not appreciated. This does go quite a lot, mainly to those that have been here from close to day one, because there are only so many gestures I can do. There are only small things I can. But yeah, you VIPs, you are VIPs. So Soul Destroyer, you'll be the other player. You're struggling with Atlanta, but we'll get there. I mean, they're an interesting team. They're an interesting team to pick up because obviously they're really, really set up for the way that Gasparini manages and that exciting back three. But Gasparini as a manager is someone who has a history of getting players to perform much, much better than they necessarily are in real life. So I can see that being a challenge, a big, big challenge, absolutely. Right, what defenders do I have available? I have Alka available. I have Mousend available. Muller at left back. Shitaki there.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh my. Bless you, G&G. A gift subscription to Mr. Echo. What a gentleman you are. What an absolute gentleman you are. Thank you very, very kindly. Right, so I'm just trying to work out what these last changes are. So we've got, let's try Hendry along with Stenbrun. We've got some of these players transfer listed, so we're not going to worry too much about prioritising their roles. That said, Sims is one of those. But we will go with Hendry up front, Stenbrun on the right. Doesn't really matter. We're not going to play the second half because this is a friendly. We literally only get up to halftime so we can make all the changes and then speed through so we can manage those fitness levels as best we possibly can. Sims is out injured, typical, just as we said. So you span a wheel to decide the clubs. We took a club from each big league who weren't the biggest, and that decided our team. Sounds fantastic. Mr. Echo says, I once got Jordan Nugent in Fulham. Had crazy potential. Instantly wanted by Man United. And when I saw it and saw the last name ending on Z, mine ends the same way, I almost jumped from my chair, thought it was my son Nugent. But then I noticed there's a different last name. Oh, man. That is cruel. That is cruel of the game to do that. Indeed. That's essentially it. I think I should have just said, I think you're special. That would have been a much more succinct answer. I mean, not that I've ever been particularly good at being succinct. So Werner Schweitzer's contract's up. From a report point of view, they don't think he's going to make it. Are you asking me to pay? Yeah, that's what I'm used to. No, of course we're not going to pay him to play for you when we're already letting him leave. So, I mean, he's right. As long as you're talking about the licking the windows and the big yellow bus kind of special. The best kind. The Affix Twin kind of special. Right, offers are coming in. We've got that's an offer I want to accept. And that's an offer I want to reject. That means... let's do that. Oh. I'm meant to do that on Andre Brooks as well, really. Let's make sure he doesn't think he's got a future here and reject it. Loan offer, 10% wages. You can bugger off. Right, convince these guys to find a club. Agreement there. Agreement there. And no agreement there. It's your best chance to take some agency. Moritz Hoffman. Again, we're not going to be paying clubs for him to play. Especially if you're not going to buy him off us for any money. So, sorry, let's... what did I catch up there? Also, explaining the gift subscription. Indeed, what a gentleman he is. Considering I thought I was going to have to go to A&E earlier due to taking a chunk the size of Canada out of my toe with a new set of nail clippers. I think special is a good term. That sounds horrible, Zenergy. That sounds... Oh, God, the pain. That must have hurt so much. That must have hurt like crazy. So Parksy, has anyone ever had their son in game? I've seen it's possible, but never had it myself. So I've never had it. I've never had it, sadly. Yes, indeed, there were special notes as emotes as well. Except for being Quadmo, what has he done not to be VIP? So the Quez, a moderator can't be Quadmo. Can't be VIP. That was a bad sentence. And as for Zenergy, Zenergy has been here at a beautiful time. Its timing is wonderful. So the Affix Twin kind of special. Does that mean I have to dance around with an umbrella and a really creepy beard? 100%. 100%. So Quadmo says you can only have so much nonsense in the VIP section, and I have too much nonsense. We could go with that indeed. We could go with that instead. I won't lie, it was painful. Only stopped bleeding after about an hour. Oh. Like toe pain is the worst pain that's ever existed. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of gentlemen around here that will suggest that pain elsewhere might be worse, but no, toes are the worst. An hour of bleed. I mean, why didn't you go to A&E? Okay, I get it. A Friday afternoon, evening in A&E, but what something that probably wouldn't be considered an emergency means you'd probably still be there until Sunday. But that sounds very A&E. Adam's off. No worries. Thank you very much for dropping by. Really appreciate it. And in fact, I do think that is about the period we're going to call it. In fact, because I can see on the lovely little ad manager we've got a break coming up, and I won't be able to snooze it enough times to get through the game. So that was where I was going to pretty much bring it to an end now. So I want to say let's head on over to Facecam. Let's make you have to endure this for the last few moments. A moderator can't be Quadmo. I know it's a statement. It's now been said. It is now canon. I'm afraid to say. So Mr. Echo says, I heard you need to be at least 34 years old to get a son. That makes sense. Nationality and league you play matters. Also, being in a club at least 10 seconds increases chances, and chances are around 10,000 to 1. That's what I read on the forums. I imagine the 10,000 to 1 is probably guesswork rather than knowledge in that bit, but I do expect it's not going to be common, at least. So Quadmo, Energy, it was your big toe. I was enjoying the stream too much. If the carried on bleeding past the hour, I would have been on my way. That is obscene. That is absolutely obscene. Right. Okay, so we're going to head off now. first thing first, we're going to close things down on YouTube. So thank you guys very much for coming along. If you've enjoyed the stream and you're still about, please consider hitting that like. If you're not subscribed already, also maybe consider that too. Absolutely zero pressure to do so. We will be back on Monday evening with Darmstadt once again, 6 p.m. GMT. So it'll be lovely to see you guys there. If not, let me pop that link in the chat as well. You can head on over to Discord where I post my schedules and things like that, and you get all the notifications of when we're live. So yeah, huge thank you,